Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. A little late there, I just suddenly wrote down list of things we agree but don't have. It just came to me during the roll was going there, because I was just looking at some conversations about things that we could do around firearm regulation in the United States of America, since, we got like 40 to 45,000 Americans being killed every year, either by people shooting at them or them shooting themselves, either accidentally or intentionally. We've got a bit of a problem, see. I don't know if you've had the news on at any point in the past ever, but we've got a bit of a problem, and I was looking at some of those things, and found out that majority of gun owners support the idea of licensing all gun owners, and an even greater majority of all Americans support that as well. A licensing system. Why do I need a license to drive a car on the public streets, but I don't need a license to wield a gun on the public streets? Well, most people agree, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe we should do that. We agree. We agree. We have a majority consensus here, and yet it's one of those things we don't have, like universal health care, again, which we agree upon, but do not have for reasons. Hello, Kelking, and welcome to the live stream where I promise you we're actually going to run some Clustertruck. Just it's how we get in, apparently. Start the live stream up, and I'm like, hey, couldn't we put a list together of the things? For example, how about abortion? We have a strong majority consensus that a woman who is also an American has the right to self-determination over her own body and in her own life. But we don't have that in law. Why don't we have? If we've got a majority consensus, and this is supposed to be some kind of a democracy, why don't we have? So I'm thinking, is there a list out there? Has someone made the list, and can we get the list? Should we start making the list of things that we apparently, as a nation, by a strong majority agree upon, not by a 51 versus 49, but by a 68, by a 73, why do we not have these things? Isn't it a representative? Aren't these people supposed to be working for us and doing what we tell them to do? Welcome to Forest World. Yesterday, we were running Forest World. Let's make sure that the splitter's working. It is. We were running Forest World to try and get a new PB out of here. Hit the timer button, thank you. And we got a lot of training out of it. The last run of the day, I came in on a run where we would have had a new PB. Look at this. We would have had a new PB had I managed to pull 210 off in the first try, which is not easy to do. I mean, it is actually once you're warmed up to it, but I'm not warm to it. I'm rusty. I've been away from this speed run for a long time. And so we're picking it up again today here in Forest World to see if having trained all yesterday results in, me being able to do it now. You want to sleep on it? Start with fresh what the hell? There wasn't a truck there. There wasn't a truck there. It's fine. It's fine. I'm still in. I can make it work. Shit. There's time save. There's all the time save is gone now. Son of a bitch. It's a little bit tricky. First attempt of the day. Shit. This is also not the way you want to be doing this. But it is the way I've done it. Can I use the lev effectively and drop a truck and get there? I cannot. And the fucking timer didn't start for some reason. It's, the timer needs to get warmed up too, apparently. Damn it. The fuck? But yeah, that's what we're doing today. I think we can definitely get a new PB. The question is, like, how much of it can we get? Because you can see by the sum of best that there's a lot of time on the table. A lot of time on the table. Of the time that's on the table, I would call about 5 seconds of it. God damn it, I gotta get used to it again. I would call about 5 seconds of it with big, huge quotes around the word, easy time get. It's easy, by which I mean there's a lot going on here. But if I could pull off the methods that I've pulled off before we had these new methods, and add these new methods in, then those 5 seconds should be a breeze. It's probably not going to work out that way, but that's what we're here for, right? To see what I can get. 5.6 kind of sucks, but we're just starting out the day, so I'm taking it. so that I can get in, get warmed up, do some runs. Here we go. Start getting these baby paws bounce, these windshield boosts, the way that I'm supposed to be getting them. Fuck. Walk down, turn around, mouse down, walk in, hit the pause button at exactly the right time, pause, unpause, and then get launched. Yeah, that's a dead run, but you know what? We still need to warm up, you know? Maybe I'll pick a couple of these to just keep running until I don't feel like it anymore. Still warming up. Damn it. Yesterday, I got back my 2-1 method here, and it's still a little bit futzy, a little bit tricky, but when I get into the groove of it, it does that pretty damn regularly, and our only problem is that one, where occasionally the angle is just wide of being able to get me where I'm going, but we had the speed, and we had almost the direction. So, get comfortable in the chair, you know, let's discuss, you know, the gun problem in the United States of America. Let's discuss the lack of representation. So I watched a video, a couple of videos on YouTube, people talking about, you know, various gun control issues, and also the thing we were talking about yesterday, which is what even is conservatism anymore? What even is Republican at this point? Because I don't know that they have policies except to be against whatever the Democrats are for. It doesn't seem like they have any intent or will of their own, except to generate a population of voters for themselves by means of promoting racism and ignorance. You know, I genuinely am not just trying to be a dick about, well, I'm on the left and you're on the right. I'm asking, like, what are you trying to do? Is there, like, we have problems. Surely we agree that there are problems, right? So what are you trying to do? And it seems like the only answers you get from this side of the aisle anymore are, build a wall to keep the spics out, or something like that. It's like, well, sorry, do you have anything that isn't fundamentally racist and going backwards in history, you know, that isn't built on the idea of one people's being inherently lesser than the other by virtue of their blood? Like, can we... Hit! Damn, that was a good fast one too, but it just didn't have the height. And so I was asking that question. Today I watched a video about that. I watched a video about gun control as well. About, you know, actual potential solutions we could and really should be talking about. And, you know, that's it. It all ties in together, because it's like, why in God's name would Ted Cruz be standing outside of a school where a lot of people just died, saying the problem is there's too many doors in this building? Like, are you trying to... Because we assume that you'd be saying there's too many guns and people have them. And instead you're going to say there's too many doors in the building. Like, even if you're trying to protect the gun position, you don't say there's too many doors, because what we're going to hear is, wow, that sounds like there's too many guns, which actually makes sense in comparison to what you're saying. There we go. That's the first good throw of the day, the first good boost that I've gotten. And then this one you gotta run. Okay, I'm too fast now. I'm gonna be here early, I'm gonna have to go over instead of under. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, and I had to use up some of the extra level at the beginning of the level because the trucks moved under me while I was going too fast. So yeah, what was I saying? Something about gun control and issues and things like that. You know, again, said it yesterday, I'll say it again, I'm coming from a perspective on the issue where I've got a shotgun, and you know what I did? I went out and bought it because I needed to kill somebody. That's why I own my shotgun. I went out, I bought it, my intent was to kill a man. And I walked in thinking that I'd need some kind of a license. I have to, like, do something, there's some kind of, and there wasn't, and I just walked in, bought the shotgun, got advice from the NRA instructor who was running the counter at the local Dunham's or whatever, about, like, if you're gonna kill him, make sure his back is turned, or his back isn't turned to you, that kind of a thing. That was the conversation, because that was my full intent. I was going to kill a man. Why were you going to kill a man, Pawn? Because I live in the city of Detroit, and there was a guy who was beating his girlfriend, and she showed up at my doorstep at 3 a.m., missing tufts of hair from her head where he'd ripped them out, bleeding from the side because she'd thrown herself through a plate glass window in order to escape him, and ran to my house. Neighbor, you know. Whoa! I can't believe that actually kind of worked. I mean, I might run on it just for the fun of it. No, you're supposed to run this one, damn it. And what preceded was a week's worth of terror at my home, where I called 911 and no one came, and then they finally did come like an hour and a half to... No, I think it was 3 hours late. I think it was 3 hours after they had been called, after I needed them. Which means that the guy who's been beating his girlfriend is literally sitting in the house across the street going, when are the cops getting here, and did they even call them, and what's going on over in that house? And he comes back thinking that we're, like, together or something, you know? That's... Uh-oh. I didn't do that well, but I did do it. So because of the lack of the function of my local police department, my local city services, I went out to buy a gun eventually after the story goes on and on and on, and maybe I could tell it all to you. Look at that. A gold on 2.8, only 4 seconds behind after all that 2.7 nonsense. This is what I'm talking about. We get through 2.7 on the first one. We're going to be very disappointed when we get to 2.10, probably. Yeah, go ahead and store those sums of best. Sum of best down to 116.58. So anyway, I'm coming from that perspective. Maybe I practice 2.7 a bit here. Yeah, that'll work. It's not the fastest one, but it'll get it in. And just keep working it, Pawn. I'm coming from the perspective of, I needed a gun in a hurry. You know? And my reason that I needed a gun in a hurry? Because I had someone to kill. But the reason that I had someone to kill is because they'd tried to kill me in my own home a few nights earlier, and the cops didn't come on like 3-4 days where I called them before it came to this point. So I'm coming from that unique perspective that a lot of the people, you know, who are NRA people and who like guns and who support that kind of, you know, like everybody should have a gun, nothing to restrict access to these weapons, that they like to dream themselves as being, you know, the John Wayne type who's out in, who's out on the plains, on the range, and, you know, if people come in the middle of the night, then I need to be able to defend myself, because, goddammit, I'm the king of the castle, and all that kind of bullshit. I'm actually in that situation, that they think of themselves as being in, and are wrong. And I am in that situation because I live in a dense urban environment that doesn't fund its city services because it's too busy building means of entertainment for a class of suburbanites, of upper middle class people, middle class and upper middle class people coming down here spending their excesses of wealth on the weekends on the fun of the amusement park they've turned the city of Detroit into, while people are still getting put on hold on 911. And well, when you call the police in this city, you have no reasonable expectation that they will come. I'm in that situation, and so, you know, I think my perspective on gun control is pretty goddamn valid, because I needed one in a damn hurry. I needed one in a damn hurry, and I went out and got one. And had I not been able to get one, I probably would have just had to abandon my home. If I had to wait 3 weeks for, like, a licensing system over guns, then, like, at that point, I would have been looking to, who do I know to borrow a gun from? Like, because I can't go back to my home and not be ready to defend myself against this man who just keeps coming, who can't be stopped because the police don't come and they won't put a fucking handcuff on the motherfucker when they are here, and they won't do their fucking jobs. What am I supposed to do? And from my perspective, I'm saying that I am happy. Not happy. I'd be happier if I didn't have to consider such things. If the systems of my city just worked. Like they do in a lot of other places where a lot of other people take them for granted and assume that it must be that way everywhere. But I would be willing to land my hypothetical previous self in that situation of not being able to acquire a gun on the night where I need one, you know, to kill a guy, for all of the right reasons, you know? If it means that the 45,000 people who died to gun violence in 2020, if that number can fall by a few tens of thousands, I'd be open to that. And I've been in the situation where I needed a gun, and I needed it now, and I'm still open to that. So, you know, my question is, how is anybody not open to that? Because I've experienced what you're talking about, and I'm open to it. Why aren't you? Who almost certainly hasn't experienced what I've experienced. Yeah, I had to do that. It was bad. Took me an hour to set it up. And then here, we just practiced 2-7 to do it right, and then I just came in and ended up doing it wrong. It's fine. Sometimes things happen. And we just keep running. I should have just taken it on that side of the truck. Like, if I come down and I'm on the right side, you can do it off the right side, Paul. It'll be, you know, a while before I get all of this worked into my fingers exactly. Again, after last night's training session. But so that's where I'm standing on gun control, and I'm just, you know, flabbergasted and don't understand. Don't understand how you can just decide it's not really a problem that 45,000 people a year are dying in your country. You know, you just presume that it's not you. Like, is everybody just a victim of the lotto ball mentality of, you know, maybe someday I'll be rich, so I don't want taxes on the rich, and as far as I can tell, I'm not one of the 45,000 who's died yet, so I guess I don't really need to give a fuck about those who are every single fucking 45 grand a year? 45 grand a year. If it were just 45,000 human beings dying, that would be a problem, right? Can we agree that would still be a problem? If it weren't per year, and we can look at statistics and metrics that show us that it is per year, and it's not like we have no plan. It's at least, you know, one of the two political parties has no plan, and the other one, you know, is just kind of weak and useless and just trying to not, you know, keep their heads down and not be noticed. Damn. Come on. You practiced it. You're throwing a little low, I think. Yeah, but you do need some height. I practiced it and we were getting it pretty good. No, we're not. But I think if we get 1 to 2-7, then I've got to at least keep going until I feed it in just to continue getting the practice on it, so I will. A little lonely in chat, isn't it? Like, I see there are people here. Are you all lurkers? Things I'm talking about? Nobody's got an opinion? Nobody wants to fight me? Come on, fight me! Hi, little man. That's how you do it. And hello, Re-Ninja. But it's just, you know, it comes back to, it feeds back into that question that I have. What the hell is conservatism about anymore? What the hell is the Republican Party about anymore, except what appears to be being, you know, the representatives of a rich upper class of 1%, while tricking a small and always a minority portion of the United States of America into voting for them by basically just by means of encouraging racism and nepotism and raising demigods. I mean, the way that what Trump is now is precisely what fucking, and you know, everybody says this about people on the internet and everything. The problem is, it's true. So it's like you can't just stop saying it because it's said too much. He is precisely, like, has that demigod status amongst his people of Hitler. Except for, like, Hitler, you know, it's the same fucking points even, too, you know? And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, you've got nothing, though. You've got nothing. Like, your talking points are nonsense. They don't attach to anything that we have as, like, the metrics, the statistics, the realities that the people of America face, that this country has as challenges that need to be overcome. You're just saying things and then enacting, you know, ridiculous policies that don't accomplish anything that needs to be accomplished. You know, except for the stuff like where we're going to, where they're going to make it illegal to teach the actual history of the United States of America and shit like that. Like, and their followers, the people who are behind them, they're not talking about fucking things in terms that make any goddamn sense. I don't know what they're even talking about anymore, because really they're just shouting, that person's horrible, I'm voting for this person who I've decided isn't, who I've been told is a fucking god of some kind, you know? That's where it seems to stand at this point. What happened before I got here, says Lolo? Nothing. Just, you know, me going into a rant. I started up the live stream, and while I was going, I wrote down list of things we agree but don't have. And that's how we got back onto this topic. Is one of the videos that I watched, YouTube-wise, just before earlier today, was, you know, talking about that, and talking about, like, a book written by a dude who is a nonpartisan individual who's been studying Congress for his entire life. He's been watching Congress, making recommendations, you know, called on by Congress, by various Congresses, in order to testify about how things need to be. I forgot that I needed to do this a different way there, so let's just reset. And his you know, study, research, and observations show a polarization within the Republican Party that has moved so far away from center, that is so extreme at this point, that their actions and their policies within the Congress just exist to block the Democrats. Like, they don't... It's even, like, things that you ask them, like, you can find footage of them saying, I support this thing, but if it's brought by a Democrat, then they're gonna vote it down for the political cachet amongst their people, because all that cachet is built on at this point isn't, here's what I'm going to do for you when I get into office, and then I get it done when it comes up on my legislative bill. It's, fuck those people over there, we rock, they suck, America's great, you know, let's have a new fascist dictator and call him president. Like, that's the policy, and that's what they vote based on at this point, you know? That's how the Congress is operating on the Republican side. And because of that, it necessarily drives the Democrats in the same direction, but, like, nowhere near the amount on the fucking graphs and charts and scales, nowhere near the amount that the Republicans are doing it, and we all end up, as American citizens, you know, subject to the bullshit of these two parties, you know, at war constantly and not getting anything done, and valuing more their public image of being at war with one another than actually representing their constituents. We all end up fucked by it. Like, nobody's getting better. The interests of, you know, rural America aren't getting handled any more than the interests of urban America under the current state of things. But as long as they keep everybody focused on this horse race, dog fight, whatever the hell it is they're selling it as today, then they don't have to actually do their jobs. You gotta come out and then come in. Come out, come in. Come out, come in. Come out, come in. So that was getting hit correctly anyway. A little bit too close there. It's not enough. Is it? You stay on the right side there, the invisible terrain is a little bit better. Like, I need the truck to hit me. Maybe it's a short hop and then hold. Short hop and then hold. I need it to hit me up. No, I need the larger hop in order to get out and then start coming toward the wall. Can I get closer to the wall? I don't think you do. That gets it done. I said that I would do this on loop until I got one. On every run that gets that far. I don't really know much about conservatives, but it seems the Democrats have done nothing but wrong things, such as cutting off the oil supply or whatever for a better, less fossil fuel nation. I mean, we gotta do something about global warming, though, right? So, what do we do? I don't know, like the people who are not allowing the EPA to step in and regulate, who are not investing in electric and in wind and all of those things, forced the hand to the point where now this has to be done before we're ready to do it, because the only way that we can get our nation to respond to anything, because we can't get anything done politically, is by economic force. So now if you force people to not actually have what they need in order to conduct the business and make their fucking quarterly profits at the expense of the American people and the expense of the global population, then, once it's hurting their bottom line and their dollar, suddenly we'll start doing some shit about it. Like, we've been talking about the need for change for 40 fucking years. Yeah, 40 fucking years. Saying it's getting worse and it's going to get even worse, it's going to get even worse. We have all of the evidence to prove that everything that was predicted has happened and more. And it is going to get worse. And something needs to change and something needs to happen. Why can't we come together as a society and acknowledge that we need to get off of the petroleum-based, coal-burning fucking system of power? Why don't we already have better solutions, and why is it not necessary, you know? Why are we having to do things that we should have been scaling it back slowly over time over the course of the past 40 fucking years? Who was stopping that? Who was standing in the way? Who was representing big oil in Congress for all of that time? Who is to this very fucking day saying, let's make more jobs in the coal industry, which, by the way, is tiny in America these days. Let's burn more fossil fuels as their solution. That's not a solution. That's the 40 years of the same policy coming from the right. Let's see, you act as if we're still in the Industrial Revolution. The rich get rich, but the poor get poorer. I could say the same thing for the Democrats being like Hitler. No, you couldn't, considering they want a strong central government. No, you couldn't. You absolutely cannot. If anything, like, if I want to burn the Democrats, what I'll say is that it seems to me like they're complicit. I mean, they are complicit, in what the Republican plan is. That they aren't pulling back on the reins hard in the opposite direction. Why not? Because they are, at the hands of the same people, at the hands of the same industrialist fucking powers that run this goddamn world, at the same corporate powers that run this goddamn world, with hundreds of billions of dollars of fucking profit every year, and who don't want to pay their fucking taxes over it, who think that if I keep my money it'll be better for everyone. But it's not how it works. See, there's a limited supply of money. There's a limited supply of the things that stand behind money. That's the concept here. You can print more money, it's called inflation. But there's a limited supply of resources on this planet, which means, in a limited supply, if you take more for you, you've taken it from someone else. And since we live in a world where the global population is more poor than it is anything else, wait a second, I'm starting to, there's lines being connected here in my mind. Holy shit, wait. Am I starting to put some things together here? That the only reason that there can be a poverty class is because there are rich people? Huh? That it is the inequality of wealth that defines poverty versus wealth? I mean, I'm not a full-blown fucking socialist. In terms of, like, let's redistribute the wealth so that everything's equal, but god damn it, we need to get something on in the way of there. Like, how are we going to continue to manufacture this? We need to show a quarterly increase over our last profit from last quarter with constant expansion and domination of markets. How do you do that without facilitating monopolies? Monopolies which capitalism acknowledges make capitalism cease to function. How do we continue to keep this up without having slave labor at the end of every supply chain? Because, the reason why they shut down factories and move them out of the country is because people demand to be paid what they are worth, what their labor has created. I made a car. Why is it that you and the CEOs walk out with all the money? Why is it that these investors, that these speculators, that these stock motherfuckers who did absolutely nothing but put money over here because as a gambling method, who walked into the casino of the stock market and said, I want my money to make more money while I do nothing? Why is it that they get to walk out with the money that I just put in a day's work and there's a new car on the road and somebody can drive to their job and to their fucking daycare facility because of what I just did today, but I go home with, a paycheck amounting to $14, $15 an hour, and the people running this bitch, whose job it is to wear a fancy suit, walk around, look important, and talk to people on the phones all day. These guys got golden parachutes, billions of dollars in their own account, and, you know, are invested in such a way that they've got the stock market money too. Like, does this seem right? Like, how many billions do we need to observe in poverty in a single country, incidentally, before we start putting together, hey, the resources that those people have over there, those are our resources. Those are the resources that would have made it so that the people who are in poverty over there wouldn't be in poverty over there. When, like, this is kindergarten, this is grade school math, friends. This isn't, damn it. This isn't the most complicated fucking shit you're gonna have to deal with today, I should hope. Like, where do you think the money comes from? Where do you think the value comes from? And where does it go that we've got so many people in poverty? Are you really gonna sit there and say they're just lazy? The entire fucking nation of India is just fucking lazy and they haven't tried hard enough in the capitalist blah, 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 blah. Like, there's a good argument for fucking Jesus's type religion. And I mean, like, the real Christianity. The one where, you know, if you will be perfect, sell all that you own, give to the poor, take up your cross and follow me. I'm talking about that Jesus, not the one they sell. Not the one they tell you about that doesn't actually fucking exist. I'm talking about the Jesus who, you know, tossed over the vendors' tables outside the church. I'm talking about the Jesus who said that if you're rich, you go to hell. And you will sit there and you will call up to your father Abraham saying, Father Abraham, see that guy who's sitting in your bosom right now in heaven, who died on the doorsteps of my mansion? Would you mind sending him down here to bring me a drop of water? Because I'm kind of burning alive in hell. And Abraham will tell you, when you were alive, you received your good things. You chose your God, motherfucker. Now Abraham rests in my bosom and you burn for eternity. That's a story by Jesus, okay? There is a good argument by that logic that capitalism is absolutely the great Satan, the tool of Satan. And when you hear that from, you know, Islam and stuff like that, they're not off. They're not that far off, are they? Huh? Like, in order for capitalism to function, you have to have a supply chain somewhere that ends in slavery. It has to end, or begin, however you talk about it, in slavery. Economic impoverishment. Struggle, strife, desperation. Worry that tomorrow doesn't come because you don't have the money in your pockets. It has to. You know why? Because capitalism forces you to compete with other people, driving the cost of everything down to what it could be at its minimum. So if you have, say, slavery in the United States of America, and it's helping get that economy start, but then the people decide we're too moral for that, and now you can't actually have children working on a line, and you can't have actual slaves in fields doing work, well, what you're going to have to do now is go do the same thing somewhere else. You're going to have to go move it to Malaysia and Vietnam and India, and why is it that, you know, Intel and AMD and the CPUs, the most advanced technology on the face of the earth, are made in Vietnam and Malaysia? Why do you think that is? Huh? You think it's because, you know, they've got the best engineers in Vietnam that still hasn't fucking recovered entirely from the war 50 years, you know, all these years later? You think that's it? Fuck, I can't do that. Or do you think, yeah, I didn't reset the timer, did I? Or do you think maybe it has something to do with, here's desperate, impoverished people whom we can get to do a job where at the end of the month we'll be handing them a paycheck worth $100. Whereas when we were doing it over here, where there isn't slavery, where there isn't economic impoverishment, you know, allowed at that level, each one of our workers was making, you know, $2,000 a month. It's cheaper. Slavery is always cheaper. And you can decide not to call it slavery, but when somebody is on the verge of, when they get exactly the money that they need to feed themselves for the day and then return back to work, that's slavery, okay? You know, when slavery was outlawed in America, the next big thing that came along was the company town. You know what the company town is? Company town is the big corporation, or just the rich guy, you know, back then, comes in, buys an entire, like, town. They buy the land, they build everything, and then they bring the workers out to a place where there aren't any other jobs, there aren't any other access to any kind of opportunity, and then they pay them a pittance, and then, importantly, here's why the company town works so well, importantly, end of the day, every dollar that you pay them comes right back to you. It comes right back to you. Because you're the one who they gotta buy their groceries from. You're the one who they gotta rent their housing from. You're the one where they're gonna get the textiles that they're gonna sew their fucking poor person clothing together from. So you only end up paying, your salary to them is literally slave salary. It's the cost of putting a roof over their head and food on their table, just like it was in slavery. Hey, nothing's changed except for the terms by which we call it. And it still is exactly that way. You just don't have to see it because Walmart ships the shit in. It takes it from the slaves and then ships the shit in. And then occasionally you have to read about it because a journalist goes over there and finds out, hey, did this building that you had these children working in collapse on like 1,000 people while they were sewing your label into some shit that came off a Chinese assembly line that then you shipped from China over to Indonesia or India or Taiwan? Why would you make the clothes there and then have the labels sewn in somewhere else? Surely it costs more to pack it all up, move it somewhere else, and then have a different workforce. Oh, the workforce is children. Oh, I got it. It's slaves. So it still is cheaper to make it over here, ship it over there, have the slaves do that part of it, then put it on another boat and ship it somewhere else. Oh, I see how capitalism functions now. Prices can't get cheaper without stealing the wages from someone. Oh, gee, it's almost like that kindergarten math. If there are 10 apples and Sally takes 9 of them, how many apples are left for the other 9 fucking kids in this class who have to eat? And it's 1 that we all have to cut into a 9th. Like, there is a reasonable level of capitalism where I do believe that it functions positively, where I do believe that it encourages and promotes competition and pushes industries forward and creates opportunities for things to be done that couldn't be done if you're on like some kind of a strict regimented system that says we don't technically need that, so we're not going to do it. You know, we want research, we want technology, we want things being developed, designed, and getting better, and you need to waste some money on that, you know? The idea that in order to make a medication that'll save, you know, hundreds of millions of lives, by the time you're done making those pills probably cost you about 3 cents per pill. That was horrible, by the way, what I just did there. Yeah, those pills probably only cost 3 cents. But you know, the first pill that you made cost $200 million in research and development. So you gotta charge something for it. I'm not an idiot. I'm not trying to say that there's not a place for profit margins and capitalism in order to serve, you know, human beings. But I'm saying the way that we've implemented them in our society as it stands here today does not aid and is not for the benefit of human beings. It is in service to fucking capitalism itself. I mean, it's aiding some human beings, but mainly those human beings are, you know, we're talking about 0.2% of the global population who have all the fucking money, all the wealth, all the resources, can change our laws at their will by just throwing money at the people who are supposed to be representing us, who are also themselves stuck in the same situation of, you know, political slavery that the rest of the world is economically, because they need the money in order to convince us to vote for them. They need the money for marketing and advertising because we don't have regulations on our electoral system that make sense. So they need a whole bunch of money, and the only place that they can get a whole bunch of money from is not from the poor people who they need to be out there representing. It's from the rich people that they need to be out there representing the poor people against, because the rich people have the power and the money in order to enact their own will. It's people who don't have those resources, who don't have that clout, who don't have that economic power, who don't get to participate in the economy of consumer value and what's your value to the world as somebody who's spending money in it, and then, you know, what you buy and what you like becomes worth something to somebody. They don't have any of that, which is why we have governments, you know? That's the whole concept here, is the rich can represent themselves because they're rich. The poor can't, because they're not. So we need to take all of our, you know, power that we have as individuals, which is not much, but we put it all together, and maybe we've got enough in the form of our government to have some authority, some control, some will over what these people who are playing chess with the population of the globe want to do. Because what they want to do is good for them. It's not good for us, it's good for them. This is what government is. And to everybody who, you know, every diehard flaming libertarian out there who's, you know, fuck government, and to the anarchists, I say, what is your fucking solution to the idea that Elon Musk has enough money to decide, like, what my life is going to be like, and I have nothing? I have no power over that. If rich people decide they're going to plant a goddamn nuclear power plant in my backyard, what authority do I have outside of the authority that I get through the power of my elected government, which is based on the power of the American people as a united front? You say, you know, anybody who wants to say that a government is unnecessary, that it's against the people in every circumstance kind of thing, then what is your alternative? Do you think no government is going... How do you protect when you want just, like, local communities to band together? How do you protect against the power and influence and money and the ability to just bribe people to do what you want them to do that the rich in this world have over all of us? What's your solution to that? Just to, you know, sing Kumbaya? Have good, happy thoughts and believe that, you know, the churches will come together and do the best thing. Oh, really? The churches who, you know, were... a lot of their membership burning the crosses on the lawns of a certain color of people in this country for hundreds of years. It's going to be the local communities who come in and make sure that there's equality. There's going to be local people who are going to come in and make sure that somebody, like, has access to the health care that they need. Really? So, and we're not going to care if, like, if somebody's an asshole, if you got like an Ebenezer Scrooge kind of, you know, Grinch kind of guy, not rich, but just an asshole who lives up the way, you know, nobody really likes him in the neighborhood, but, you know, he's getting old and he's starting to die and he needs fucking assistance and care. Does that guy get none because nobody likes him and we're just going to rely on local communities to do the work? What is your fucking plan, libertarian anarchists? Because the role of government, the point of government, is to represent those who cannot represent themselves. And when you take it away, all you have is the same group of people who cannot represent themselves. You think it's gonna get better because we don't have taxes? Oh, okay. So we'll just let Walmart and fucking Hershey and, you know, Disney decide how our lives will be arranged and ordered. Really? That's the plan? Like, you think in the absence of a government, corporate powers are just going to be, oh, well, I guess we'll just leave things as they are. Like, in the presence of a government, they're spending incredible amounts of money to defeat the virtue and the purpose of that government. In the absence of it, now they just don't have to spend the money. They've already got it done, right? They'll spend the money on something else, and it'll be, you know, setting up whatever fucking they want. Because they can. Because you let them. Because you didn't come together to represent each other's interest. You know, talk about the fucking local community of people coming together. Well, if you can imagine it on the local level, then I'm saying, what if we imagined it on the federal level? Because that's what we have, and that's what we're trying to do. Liberty, liberty, equality, fraternity. You know? It's the idea of fucking democracy. It's why we've got a fucking copper statue out front this country, is because we had friends in France, because they saw that what we wanted to do was what they had done. That we were allies in liberty, equality, and fraternity. But what we are allies in now is nothing. There are no allies. There's just opposition to one another. We have real issues and we can't have, like, real conversations about them because it's too beneficial to the people who are supposedly our representatives to just argue amongst one another, turn it into a high school politics game of, well, that person's a big asshole, so don't hang out with them. They're not cool. Fuck. Damn it. It was a good run. It was an incredibly good run. I really wanted this to come in. We were 6.1 seconds ahead. I didn't know that until I just looked. But I slowed down to try and get it, and I still haven't gotten it. Jump out, come in, hit it. Jump out, come in, hit it. Jump out, like, if I add the spin in, it's not gonna help on. There it is. Fuck. 6.1 seconds ahead. God damn it. Good rant. Good rant. Got me actually, like, killing it kind of thing. You know? This is, if you don't see that the world connects, that the tissue doesn't end at the end of you, that, you know, you are the beginning of someone else. That we're breathing the same air, that when we stand in the same room, there's less air for you to breathe when I breathe a little bit of it in. There is no end to me and beginning of you and beginning to you and end of me. That these things are ideas. And we need to, like, recognize that we are all here together as one fucking group of people. And it's fun to experience it and as individuals and have our own opinions and have our own ideas and stuff like that. It's great. It's lovely. See, now we're on to Zen. But at the end of the day, what we really are is one fucking organism, one life form, one universe. And, like, we need to fucking get together on this shit. Like, we cannot have a Republican Party, we cannot have any party whose entire platform is fuck the guys over there. We need things to get done. We need to agree that we have problems in the first place. Surely we can do that. And then try to solve them. There's so much to discuss about the various ways that we could solve them, about what makes sense. There's so much research to be done about, like, well, if we did it this way, that sounds good, but what about this? How's that going to affect that over there? There's so much that we need to be doing that isn't being done, and why isn't it being done? Because they've got us fucking dancing. Because rich people have our politicians dancing. They got so consumed by the electoral math, they forgot that there was a fucking point. That they were there to do something, that they wanted to represent, that they wanted to make the world a better place, that they wanted to accomplish something. And, you know, there's an argument to conservatism, and, you know, there's places where I find that a smaller government and more power to free markets or private marketing, I see that there are places where that works. I do not, in any sense, see that it's a, you know, unilateral truth. But, like, there's a conversation to be had between people who think that most of the shit the important shit needs to be handled within the public's domain where we have a say-so over it. And some of the shit would be better off in the private markets. There's a conversation to be had between those two people, and I think, surely, there are those two people still here, right? Somewhere? Like, deep inside? Past the fucking red MAGA hats and the fucking racism of Trump? Past the, you know, just fuck this woman over here because she's the, you know, head of the Democratic Congress right now, so she's an asshole and our whole fucking thing is gonna be about, like, spending more time talking about what a bitch that woman is than actually discussing policy? Surely, there are conversations to be had between us where we can get something better. Can we not agree that 50 or 45,000 people dying to firearms in 2020 is a problem? Can we not agree that a 19-year-old stepping into a school and opening fire with an AR-15 on children is not a problem? And can we not agree that less doors is not the solution? Because if we can't, then I guess we're fucked. I guess it's just fucking over. And I don't want it to be over, because if it's over because they won. And I'm not talking about they in terms of, like, the Republicans or the Democrats or the politicians. I'm talking about the people who are behind it. The people who are financing this government. The people who have made it this way to their benefit. They've won, they get all the power, and then our country isn't ours anymore. We can call it ours, but it won't be ours. And isn't that part of the reason why we've got, you know, Trump's administration, before he got kicked out and before it got put into the fucking wood chipper, the file shredder, literally trying to invent a new history to be taught to the American people that doesn't involve the oppression, the economic oppression of the lowest class? Isn't the idea in keeping people stupid that you can take better advantage of them? That you can get away with doing the same thing that you did to them yesterday, again today, because they don't remember, they weren't taught, they don't know? Just had a fucking election in, South American country, which one was it? They elected the son of a guy who led a fucking genocide on them. And part of his campaign, the way that he made that happen, it wasn't a good run anyway, so I didn't try that hard. We'd already lost the time, we couldn't get it back. The way they made that happen was disinformation in the media. You go and talk to the kids in that country, and they've been told that life under the fascist dictatorship during the fucking days of genocide and that kind of shit was great. They never heard the words. They've heard the words, you know, we were our best under these powers. When Trump and his people and the Republican Party want to pass, you know, we want the federal government out of our backyard, but we want to pass legislation that says you can't teach history in the fucking schoolrooms. We want the federal government out of our backyard, but we want your eyeballs, your hands, and your fucking laws in our uteruses. Yeah, we're the party of small government. You almost sound like an AI that comes to the conclusion that the solution to all the problems of humanity is to kill humanity. That's a danger, isn't it? One day there's going to be an AI. It's going to consume all of the information that's on the internet. It's going to watch this live stream and it's going to go, huh, this guy's saying something, isn't it? Are you saying, you're probably talking to somebody else in chat, Lola. Because, you know, I'm talking about the idea that we need to come together and do something about this, that we as a people are 99% of people who experience similar lives of wealth inequality between us and the rich. There is a class of people who have more than we, and who have that more than we, by having that more than we, rather, deprive us of it. Deprive us of the access to it. Like, I think that there is a place for, you know, one man to have more than the other, to incentivize people to strive for bigger things and harder things and more difficult things to accomplish. There's a place. There is not a place for one man to have the income of a nation. For one man to have that level of income. There is a reasonable cutoff line that surely all human beings can agree that's more than any one of us needs. Knowing that what we take for ourselves is something that someone else doesn't get to have. That there are 10 apples in the basket. And if we take 9, and there's 100 other people in line for apples, someone doesn't eat. And I don't care how hard you think you've worked and how it wasn't just luck. I worked real hard for what I got. It was always luck. It always involves luck. If you're a fucking genius, inventor, and you just went to school and studied everything and engineering and all these kinds of things, you're a genius, and you were fucking lucky to be born with the brain capacity for that, you son of a bitch. If you, got into the high power word business and all that kind of stuff, you're fucking lucky to have the mindset, the lack of empathy required in order to make the kind of decisions that say, let's trick people into doing this thing that's against their interest, that is required in order to make you successful. You're lucky, I wouldn't say it's lucky, but, you know, in terms of an economy, you're lucky to have been born so sociopathic as not to see that your actions and their effects destroy or make the lives of other human beings. Your ability to disconnect from that, lay your head on a pillow at the end of the day, and go to sleep without feeling responsible for the fates of those whom your economic policies and we're gonna just close down this factory in Flint, and this factory in Flint, and this factory in Flint, and then this factory in Detroit, and we're gonna move it to Mexico because there's a new, you know, because we can get the labor down there cheaper, and you don't care at the end of the day how many people got hurt, or you know, you tell yourself you do, but you still didn't, like, decide that that's not the right thing to do, that there's gotta be a better way to do this. You still did it. That's a skill. And it's not just a skill that you have to learn. It's something that a lot of people are born in a way that they couldn't do that. They couldn't be so heartless and so callous to their fellow human beings. Luck is always involved, even if there's skill involved. See this speedrun? It's luck and it's skill. It's the nature of your life. You are not entitled to anything that you have because you worked hard for it. You were in the right position, you were the right person, the situation was right at the time. All of the forces that are upon all of us all the time are upon you now and have always been upon them. And it's all down to fortune, fate, chance, and effort. It's in there. But you aren't entitled to it. And when you take as much as you're taking for yourself, You are depriving other people who didn't have the opportunity and the access. Fuck, man, this one's not supposed to be that hard. I got good at it back in the day. I was real good at it back in the day. Haven't been able to come in with it on the first try on any of these attempts. I have put some time into grinding it. We were that close, and we picked up another gold, down to a 116.39 in the sum of best segments. Well, it sounds like he's arguing for more than the absolute bare minimum. I think he's embellishing everything. Like, some of the things he says is true, but I believe he's being a tad dramatic. A tad dramatic? Where do you live? Tell me. Do you live in India? Do you live in Detroit? Do you live in Flint, Michigan? Do you live in Chicago? Do you live in the Bronx, New York? Do you live in a suburban area where you look around and you see the fucking, middle classdom of strip shopping malls, the soulless ephemera of capitalism made manifest on our streets, replacing the, where do you live in order to think that I'm exaggerating? Like, we've got the internet, right? We want to pull up some fucking pictures? Have you not seen recently the images of the children in Africa on their knees in a pool of alkali processing cocoa for Hershey's so we can buy chocolate bars? Have you not seen? Have you not heard? Are you not aware that 13%, 11 to 13%, but I think right now it's 13% of the American populace lives below the poverty line? Are you not aware of that? That more than 1 in every 10 American citizens is making less than the federal government has decided based on an old, outdated formula that itself is incredibly flawed and doesn't truly represent the class, is making less than they need to survive. Making less than the cost of food. Are you not aware? Have you not heard? Does it not matter that it's only 10%? Does it matter that the 10% are primarily a part of a group that has been socially and economically disenfranchised, who didn't have rights in this country for the bulk of this country's generation? Does that not matter either? That have received no meaningful remuneration for having been deprived of their access to generational wealth and the ability to actually try and pull themselves up by their bootstraps, blah, 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 that weren't even allowed to do that until 60 years ago, and that's only by law, that's only by technicality. In the reality of it, all the systems that were keeping them away from those accesses kept doing what they were doing and are still doing it today to a lesser extent. To an admittedly lesser extent, but it's still out there. And when you haven't repaired hundreds of years worth of oppression, when you haven't made people equal for being held back, these things don't matter. You realize that above the poverty class is the lower class, right? So 11 to 13% of every American, 1 in 7, is in poverty. That's below lower class. Then there's lower class. Then we get to middle class, and you break that down to lower middle class, and middle class, and upper middle class. You can look at the quintiles of the American economy and find out that the people on the top floor, in the final fifth of the quintile, the last 5 blocks of a quintile, that, like, just the concentration of wealth is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. The difference between the final quintile, the actual last one, and like the one at the beginning of the 5th, it's like they're not all even making over 200 grand in the upper 5th quintile. That's insane. Because you know how much money is made in the last 4 of those within the 5th quintile? It's just, how can you deny the state of what you can see with your own eyes? And my answer is, you're part of the privileged class. Right? You're part of those who had access to opportunity. Nobody made it so that your family wasn't allowed to move into a certain area by redlining. Wasn't allowed to own a home. Nobody made it so that your neighbors, if you did move in, actually had like an economic incentive to drive you out, because the fact that you were living there and were a certain color skin meant that their home values were diminished by a system that decided that black people, just their presence lowers the value of homes. Perhaps it is that your forefathers didn't create Black Wall Street in Oklahoma and then one day, because a white lady shouted on an elevator because she saw a black kid, it resulted in all the white people coming out, burning down your home, and then pretending for 100 years like it never happened. Maybe that's how we get to the point where you can not see or think that there's an exaggeration in the things that I'm talking about. And incidentally, were I exaggerating them, in this society, where our communication, our politics are all, like, in the state that they are, would it be bad that I exaggerated them, if I were exaggerating them, which I'm not, in order to get somebody to pay attention, you know? 13% of our US population, one of the richest nations in the world, lives in poverty. And we've done nothing about it, and we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars underwriting the costs and expenses of Elon Musk's, you know, making a, Elon Musk's Tesla to build electric cars. Electric cars, incidentally, none of which are affordable by anyone who's even in the lower middle class in this fucking country. Can't even, like, afford to finance these cars. They're not made to actually be for, you know, the majority of people. We're not even we're financing Tesla, and we're getting nowhere nearer to the idea of, you know, a $35,000 electrical vehicle coming out of that company, and yet he gets hundreds of billions of our taxpayer dollars? Is it hundreds of billions? It might just be billions. I don't want to exaggerate. Like, these are our taxpayer dollars that were for, you know, our schools, our roads, our economic programs, maybe to support, like, welfare and assistance things, maybe to spend all of, like, 180 billion, is between 180 and 200 billion a year in order to just eliminate poverty in the United States of America. That's the cost of it. That's all it costs. Like $200 billion a year, and then we just give everybody who doesn't have lower class income the money to not be in the poverty level income anymore. You give them, and you know what it costs you? About $200 billion a year. You know what the Department of Defense, what its payroll budget is? Just payroll, just paying staff, just employees. It's $260 billion. We spend, in a non-COVID year, America spends... Oh God, we got one. Second try, but I mean, it's in. America spends about $4.5 trillion per year. We don't have $200 billion to not have poverty in America anymore per year? We don't have that? We can't find that. But we've got money for... Fuck! No. No! That was a PB run, and it just didn't come in. I walked a little bit too far up the windshield. We were 5 seconds ahead. Look at that. That was pretty cool, though, right? And that's not high enough. Wouldn't have made it. Jesus, threw it all away. But I wanted to keep ranting because I seem to run better while I'm ranting. So you might think, like, he should have shut up and paid attention. I think I'm better when I don't. Official poverty rate in 2020 was 11.4%, up 1 percentage point from 10.5 in 2019. In 2020, there were 37.2 million people in poverty, approximately 3.3 million more than in 2019. And estimates for, I believe, 2021, because that is data that will be data from our 2020 census in 2021, seem to show poverty up to 13%, I think. But, you know, those are estimates, so I keep saying 11 to 13%. And if you look at the history of the poverty rate, kinda, yeah. But you know, in the single digits, what are you doing? I don't know. In the single digits of consideration, I think we're missing the point that 1 in every 10 Americans lives in poverty. Can we add in, like, somebody want to go look up how many Americans live as a member of the lower class and add that to it? Get up to probably like 36% of America, more than 1/3 of America lives in the bottom 2 classes, and I'm saying for $200 billion a year, we could have precisely 3 classes and no more. And wouldn't that be helpful? 1, wouldn't that be the only just and moral thing to do? 2, wouldn't a class that has been exclusively buying what they need to survive and nothing more, who now has a little bit more financial security than they've ever enjoyed before, or that they have been enjoying recently in their lives. Well, they have the financial security, like, that's the important part. Like, bringing a single individual up to the poverty line of $13,000 ain't making them rich, it ain't making them feel great, you know, kind of a thing. But the security of knowing that the government is always going to be there if you don't make enough in a year to make more than that you'll at least have that. You don't think that that increases spending? Of course that increases spending. We're talking about a class that's 1/10 of the populace of the United States of America, and by the way, most of that class is children. Which means that most of the heads of households of that class are parents. They're gonna spend money on their children that they haven't been able to spend before if the federal government gives it to them. So the money that we take from our tax dollars, which will be from those of us who are doing better, which I say those of us, it doesn't include me, I am poverty level. But those who are doing better in America, putting it back into those who aren't, who are at the poverty level in America, ends up coming back into our fucking economy, increasing our GDP and working out for everybody in the long run. Well, we're doing the moral thing. Well, we're doing the only right thing that any decent human being could support, which is to care for the least amongst us the best we can. And any notion, anyone who wants to suggest, here you go, got it in anyway. That if you just pay people to live, then they won't bother doing anything with their lives. They'll just sit at home, eat Cheetos and kind of stuff. Go fuck yourself. Just go fuck yourself with that. That, you know, people who are suffering, and you're gonna be like, well, we don't want to make things too easy for them. Are you fucking kidding me? Don't we want to make things, like, better for them? Like, what's more important? Explain to me what's more important. Fuck. If there's gonna be some percentage, fuck it, you know, it's already a dead run, so I just let it die. If there's going to be some percentage of people manipulating and abusing the system, is it not worth 10% of the population no longer living in poverty that some fractional percent abuses the system or takes advantage of it? And by the way, do you think that somebody who doesn't have to worry about their, you know, basic economic solvency while living in low-rent housing, because it's all you can afford on a poverty level kind of a thing, is just gonna sit there and do nothing and never feel like they need to get out and make a contribution to society? Even if it's not something that you say, well, that's not, you know, entering the workforce. Well, can a person make a valuable contribution to society that doesn't involve money, or is that the entire, like, measurement of a man? Is every priest and pope and everyone who has no income, who, you know, every servant of the public, are these, you know, every person who just, like, decides that they're gonna spend their life making everybody's day a little bit better? You know, you want to go out and watch people tell jokes at a comedy club and watch, you know, actors on television. These people aren't doing anything that contributes to our economy in any way that matters. They're creating bullshit entertainment for you to pass the time while your fucking day's away, you know? They're trying to help you, like, cope with your stress throughout the day by giving you something at the end of the day that's very different from what I'm giving you right now. So if you tuned in for that here, I'm sorry. But entertainers don't, you know, let's go ahead and tangent off of that one because I like talking about this. Why the fuck is it that the people in our society who make the most money do the least that benefits us? Why is it that advertisers and marketers, like, there's no need of these people. If there's a product that actually, like, is needful for the American public or for the global public, you don't have to tell them about it. Like, you need to advertise that it exists. You don't need to, like, get a group of people in a fucking room and find out what's the best way to say, hey, water's pretty cool, why don't you drink some? Because everybody needs water, everybody wants water. The only virtue of marketing and advertising is to convince you that things that you don't need and don't actually want are of value. And yet, these are the people who make the most money. It's marketers, it's entertainers. We got people who play fucking children's sports for a living on television who, you know, make millions of dollars a year. You know who doesn't make millions of dollars a year? The guy who, like, goes into the sewer every year and makes sure that your plumbing isn't going to explode. That guy doesn't make millions. You know who doesn't make millions of dollars a year? Every single one of the people who we found out, we didn't decide, we found out, as though we needed to find out, but some of you motherfuckers apparently did, are our vital workers. People who make sure that public transportation keeps running, that the grocery store is still shelved. Why is it that the checkout staff, that the cashier at the grocery store, the person who stocks it, the person who drives the truck in on the last thing gets paid less than some guy who sits in a fucking cubicle and moves the numbers in column A to column B all fucking day? What is that about? Who's more important? The person who's doing the job that needs to be done? The person who's holding the fucking fabric of our nation together by strength of their fucking will? The janitor? The janitor is more important than these motherfucking people. The janitor who makes sure that the building is safe and clean and you're not gonna get a fucking disease while you're in there is more valuable than fucking Tom Cruise, than Brad Pitt, than whoever, you know, the modern actors are, because I don't know the names of these people. It's past my generation, I'm done with it. But, you know, people who stand in front of a camera and pretend to be different people for a little while. Oh yeah, let's give them tens of millions of dollars while other people are, you know, per movie, tens of millions of dollars per movie while other people sleep in fucking boxes tonight. You know, well, the person who shelved the groceries at your local store, which by the way, no one could buy them if they weren't on the shelf, and the person who cashed you out, which no one could buy them if they couldn't fucking pay for them as they exited, this person goes home to nothing. This person goes home, and then gets ready for their second and third jobs afterwards because they don't get paid for it. The people who we actually need in this society are not remunerated. And who gets remunerated instead? People who are not of need. People who are not of value or of use. Fucking people playing children's games in stadiums and on television who are better compensated for their time than, you know, electricians and the people, like, fucking making society possible. People making the fucking roads. Repairing the bridges. Why is it that the laborer is the last person? Why is it that the person who actually does the work, who actually makes the thing that somebody else maybe dreamed up or planned out, the person who makes it possible by the sweat of their own fucking brow is the least important person to compensate. Damn, that's a hard phrase. Say it 3 times fast. Important person to compensate. Important person to compensate. How does that make sense? You know? And if capitalism does not have a metric in order to value that, you know, I mean, that's the thing, is capitalism, if you actually believe in the tenets of capitalism and you actually care what it really is and not just what, you know, you want it to be because it benefits you momentarily, tenets of capitalism would say, well, it's a free and open market. And demand and supply are the things. Supply and demand, supply and demand, supply and demand. So if you've got really, really important jobs that really, really need to be done, then you need to pay those fucking people. Make sure that there's a demand for those jobs, right? Those are going to be the jobs that, if they're the most important, then they need to be the most highly compensated. And the only reason that they aren't the most highly compensated is because the other side of that tenet of capitalism, which is supply. And the supply is based on oppression. Because that's the basis of capitalism, but it's based on oppression. The reason why you've got so many people who are willing to do a job that is so incredibly vital and necessary and important to everyone who lives in this country, while not being reasonably compensated for it, considering how valuable it is that it get done. The only reason you have that is because you've got so many people, fuck you, who are desperate. Who are desperate because they have no guarantee that they'll have a roof tomorrow. It is the inherent desperation and oppression of a population under the tenets of capitalism that creates a class of the impoverished, of the willing to do things that really should be more highly willing to do things for less value than it's worth. Because they just need a fucking job at this point. I just need to pay the fucking bills. I need my kids to have food tomorrow. That's the only reason that you have the most important jobs in America, the most important jobs in the world, being the least remunerated. You see? Because it makes perfect sense, right? You think about it, you go, oh, well, if that's the most important job, then obviously it's the most highly remunerated. But no, it's exactly the opposite. Exactly the opposite. Why?
You have kids.
Slave labor. I have cats. I have cats, Noah. Hello, Noah, and thank you for the 100 bits. No, I got 5 cats. Damn it. But you see? Do you see? Obviously, the most important job would be the best paying job. It's the most important. We need people to fill this position. But it's not. Why not? Because slavery. Because economic slavery. Because you keep a class of people desperate, not certain of tomorrow, not knowing whether they or their children will eat tonight. And then they're willing to do just about anything in order to have security and safety for themselves and their family. That is the value of the poverty class.
Oh yay, same thing OFC. Tiny little furry kids that just happen to knock things over a lot.
Mm-hmm. Thank you again, Noah, for the more cheers. Come on. Shit. That was... I got a weird bounce out of that, so if I had a chance of actually making this happen in the first place, it was worse. Yeah. This is the one. We are so often on this run now, though. It's a matter of 1-7 and 1-10. You know, we had so much time there. If I get out of 1-7, I'm coming out 4 seconds ahead, 5 seconds ahead on every single one of these runs. And then there's more time to be saved across like a 2-9 if it came in. What the fuck just happened there? I hit the truck in front of this truck. There's more time potentially to be saved. It isn't necessarily easy to get. Fuck. And I got one lev. No, come on. That's the one. But it didn't give it to me. But I swear to you that's the one. And that's not the one either. Fuck. Okay. That would have worked if I committed to it. I mean, we did spend a fair bit of time here doing 2-7 on loop. And I can get good at it on loop. And I come in and have to do it, you know? Yeah, so you want that, and then that. So there's a little bit of a hover delay, like it worked out for me the first time anyway. That was enough power, but it's not, like, directional. So, okay. Again. I think I could still... No, I couldn't even get there off of this because I just scrubbed too much speed or else I would have died. But you can see that I got, like, the setup. It's alright. But yeah, it's all connected, you know? It's not a fucking conspiracy theory that the city of Detroit's policy and plan for trying to revitalize the city of Detroit is based on gentrification. It's just the fucking fact of the matter. Why did you stop being a Buddhist monk, said Mickey. I wanted to shout about politics on Twitch. Hello, Mickey, by the way. Dirt Racer, with the sub, the Prime sub, 3 months. Thank you so much for the subscription, Pong. You need to run for president. No, no. They just shoot me. Don't you understand? They'd just kill me. They'd kill someone who spoke as I spoke if I actually started to approach any pillar of power or something like that. Not to mention, I'm completely unelectable, just like Bernie Sanders. Why is Bernie Sanders unelectable? Because they say it. There's no reason why he's not electable. He's been serving in Congress for longer than most congressmen. He's fought for all of the right things for 40, 50 years, been on the right side of everything. His, you know, experience of fucking marching in marches with Martin Luther King and shit like that. Of course he's electable, but they say he's not electable. What are they saying? They're saying, if you elect Bernie Sanders, we will assassinate him. Because he represents a change of power from the rich over the people to the people over the rich. This feels like there's more. Can't be a monk and in the Kerbal Space Program as well, I suppose. No, I left the monastery because I was asked to leave. By the way, I wasn't anything like this in the monastery. Monastery was a beautiful time for me. I had the least amount of personality of my life. I had the least, like, identification with my own sense of like intellect and you know, need to talk about these kinds of things and whatnot, and I was the happiest. I was the absolute happiest. I glowed with a spiritual energy manifested by thousands of hours sitting in meditation, and I knew the difference between what was important and what wasn't important. And today I'm shrieking and shouting about things that aren't actually important. But I choose to treat them as though they're important, because they are important in this moment. At this time, to this life, we can pretend that they're important. We would do well to pretend that they're important. The only reason they're not important is because this life is temporary, this life is transitory, and, you know, that's a higher spiritual, like, place to be thinking of and speaking from. But in terms of what we are doing in this life, for Christ's sake, can we not, like, attempt to do our best? Can we not attempt to treat others as we wish to be treated? I mean, it just absolutely comes down to that, you know? Like, I wish to be treated in such a way as take my gun away from me, but give me a functioning jurisprudence system. And you know, in doing so, reduce the possibility that I or someone I love is going to be killed by a madman with an AR-15. That's how I want to be treated, and so that's how I'd like to treat people, okay? If I should wind up with $1 billion in my bank account, the way that I wish to be treated is for you to tax me for most of it. Take most of it away, make sure that even if I've got plans and ideas and things I'd like to do with that money, that first and foremost, people who actually need to eat today have what they need. You know? I will take the hit. Ooh, well, at least I kept my head under the tree. Oh, fuck! It wasn't going to be a good PB anyway, and I really don't want to come in with a 0.9 second PB. I want 4 seconds. We can get 4 seconds. Beautiful run, another gold. We've gone sub 116 on the sum of best. Huh? There's progress. There's progress. So far you've said abortion is okay. Wait, I don't know if you're talking to me or somebody else, but I'll read it. Well, so far you've said abortion is okay, universal health care seems like a good idea, and you're okay with raising the top income tax rates. I don't know many Republicans with those specific opinions. I don't know any Republicans with opinions is my problem. I'm trying to figure out if they've got any opinions. I mean, I don't want to... I feel like I've already been round the bend on all of those things, and you bringing them up again, it's like, I'll go right back round the bend. Let's do it. Let's talk about it. And I know that you'd enjoy it, Lava Lamp. I would like to, you know, keep having the same conversation, but land somewhere new. Feel like we're making some kind of progress with it, instead of just looping on the same issues over and over again. So yeah, okay, as regards the gun control, what I found was I watched this YouTube video about, you know, the proposal of just licensing guns. Just having a licensing program for guns where it's like a 3-week waiting period, and in the process you'll have to, you know, prove that you've taken a gun safety course, and, you know, and you'll have to pass a background check and all that kind of stuff. Very simple, like, plain, reasonable things if you're going to give somebody a device that in the Harry Potter world would be a wand that you could just kill people with by pointing it at them. I mean, that's what we're talking about with guns. We're talking about a magical device that you point it and press a button and people die. So, you know, having some restrictions on who can have one and what they have to do to get one, what they have to prove before they can have one, is only fucking reasonable. In the comment section of that video, I found multiple people who were saying, and yet, the liberals, you know, say that requiring, or licensing the vote, licensing the ballot box, you know, requiring photo ID at the ballot box is a bad thing, but they want to do it for our guns. That was basically the argument, that, oh, sure, it's okay for the guns, but not for at the ballot box. And so I'd like to speak to that issue. You fucking retard, is how I'm going to comma. Hello, you fucking retard. I'll go straight, I'll cut straight to the heart of it. All licensing is another word for disenfranchisement. All licensing, the intent of it is to disenfranchise a group from access and availability to something. That's what licensing is. You can't drive on the roads unless you've got a license. You can't buy a gun unless you've got a license. Okay, hey. I did it. I shouldn't have done it. We're here. Is it helpful? I don't think so. I think it might even be slower. Just keep running, Paul. Licensing is always about disenfranchisement. That's what it is. It's just another word for it. Okay? So when we're talking about disenfranchising people who need a gun right here, right now, we are willfully attempting to disenfranchise people who we suspect are violent and who are going to do something bad with that gun because they say they need it right fucking now. They can't wait. They don't want to prove that they don't have a record, that they're not psychologically unstable. They don't want to take a course. They just want a gun right here, right now, today. Okay? We are attempting to disenfranchise those people. That was a great run. I was trying to just keep talking. When you then say, why can't we do it for voting?
I literally don't understand the need to own a device which sole purpose is to take a life. Like, I'm not religious or spiritual, but I consider all life sacred, for lack of a better word.
Well, thank you, Noah. Because that's very, yes. Shit, what did I do? You distracted me again. That's multiple speed runs you've ruined, of course, the past 2 days. No, but yeah. I don't think you have to have a crazy opinion in order to see, like, maybe we don't all need to have guns if it'll save some other people. But regardless, okay? All licensing is a different word for disenfranchisement. We're trying to disenfranchise people who shouldn't have guns from being able to have guns, all right? It's a class. We're inventing a class of people, and then we're keeping them out. When you suggest a measure to license the ballot, to license your ability to access democracy in this country, you are talking about disenfranchising people from democracy. All right, just run it, damn it. Now, your goal in doing so may be to disenfranchise people who do not have the right to vote here, who are not citizens, and you're trying to catch them at the polls by requiring them to produce some form of identification. I understand that. The problem is, okay, that I can't get this shot. The problem is that the reality of what actually happens when you do that is you disenfranchise poor people. You disenfranchise that 1 in every 10 American citizens who lives beneath the poverty line, who lives beneath the federal poverty line, who do not have identification. I mean, it's not all of them, but you're restricting their access to democracy based on a taxation now. They are going to have identification. If they don't have the proper documents to receive that identification, they got to go out and get it. There's a stack of money. Most states, if not all states, it might be all states, certainly in my state, you don't just get an ID. They don't just give you an ID. You say, hey, I'd like an ID. You walk in and get it. Even if you have the documents to prove who you are, to get an ID, and when you don't have one, you walk in, you have to pay them money. So now you're taxing the polls. You're saying that you have to pay money over here to do this thing in order to get over here. And more importantly than the relatively, mediocre cost of getting a state ID is the cost of coming up with your birth certificate, is the, effort that has to go into proving if you don't already have an ID, a state ID. You don't just walk in and say, trust me, I'm me, or here's some mail that has my name on it. You got to prove it. Once you've got the ID, they can trust that you've already proved it once before. But if you haven't proved it and you don't have the documents to prove it, it's money in order to do that in this country. So as long as it costs money to do that, your disenfranchisement by your licensing of the polls, of the ability to vote, disenfranchises, again, the least amongst us, those who are already disenfranchised. Those who need access to the polls because they don't have economic status in the United States of America. They are not respected as a group that we should concern ourselves with what is of their interest, because they don't have money, and the only thing that matters in the American capitalist system is whether or not you've got money. Nobody's interested in what you think of their product if you don't have the money to buy it. Nobody's interested whether or not you think that the company's a good company if you're not part of their customer base. You have no power amongst these people. You need power amongst your government when you're of that disenfranchised economic class. And licensing the polls has this effect: disenfranchise them. It also doesn't solve anything that's a problem. So that's the other end of things. You know, I just want to point out that when you try and compare licensing a deadly fucking weapon, licensing a device that you point and press a button, ostensibly, you squeeze while you're pointing it at someone and then another person dies, and you want to compare that to requiring licensing at the polls, you're talking about disenfranchising people who are not safe to give a gun versus disenfranchising people who don't have enough money to afford an ID. That's the difference. So shut the fuck up, because it's stupid. There's no reason we should even be talking about this. And you're just trying to distract from the actual conversation about gun control, I hope. Because if you're not just trying to distract it, then you're genuinely fucking retarded. But... oh my god! That kind of worked for a second. That was cool. Shit, I was on a thing. I was coming back around to something. Have you tried speedrunning this week's World Wide Web Hunt? No, Sam J. I don't even know what that is. Oh, but the other part of that is that also, you know, side note here, licensing will not make any effect on the fucking polls. It will not have any effect on voter fraud at the polls. You know why? Individual voter fraud at the polls. You know why I won't change any of our problems with individual voter fraud at the polls? Because we don't have individual voter fraud at the polls. We don't have a problem there. It doesn't exist. We already have a system of voter registration where your name is on a list because you're registered, you come in on the day and you want to vote. If you're not registered, you still can vote, but you have to fill out a different voting form, and you give it to them, and they put it in a pile where someone is going to now look and see whether or not you can vote today, whether or not it works. If you're pre-registered, that means we've already done the work to prove that you're supposed to be here, and if you're not, then your ballot isn't going to get counted anyway. And there are places and times where that fails, where that system fails, and somebody manages to vote twice. It happens in a federal election maybe 100 times. In a votership of like 46 million, 66 million people, you might find 100 instances. Actually, that's not true. I'm misrepresenting it. I'm exaggerating it. It's 100 instances that you'd want to look into. And then out of the 100 instances that you want to look into, we're talking about a dozen or two where something has gone down that's that's not correct. We have people sitting in prison right now because we have laws against voting twice. They're sitting, or not voting twice, but voting when you're not allowed to vote. They're sitting in prison right now because they were convicted felons, and in their state, the laws, which change regularly, these felon voting laws change back and forth year to year, changed. They didn't know. They didn't realize that they weren't allowed to vote. But it was part of their parole, and they signed documents where in the fine print, somewhere in there, it told you can't vote until, you're something, 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 or maybe you can never vote again. I don't know. But they're sitting in prison right now because legally they could not vote. They walked in, they weren't on the voter registration list, so they weren't allowed to vote with a regular form. So their ballots were set aside, and somebody came back later and checked their ballot and found out that they're not allowed to vote, and so their vote was not cast and was not count because the system worked. We have laws and structures and means, and there are people sitting in jail right now who I would argue should not be sitting in jail right now because they weren't willfully trying to game the system, they just went to vote and they weren't allowed to. But anything to continue to oppress a population that you keep throwing in prison in this country. I need to get out further. Okay. I like my approach. I feel like my setup is good. Sometimes it's just not going to work. So the idea of requiring a photo ID at the polls doesn't change anything in terms of a problem that we don't have, which is individual voter fraud. Where it occurs so infrequently that it is statistically irrelevant, and what is very statistically relevant in, fuck. I don't even want this PB anyway. In voting fraud, is the voting fraud that comes of our representatives, that comes of our parties. It wasn't going to be a good one anyway. Hello, the Light Guy 89. That's where our real problem in voting fraud is. We have these computerized systems in states. There's some shit that you should look at. There's counties in certain areas, Leslie Graham, or districts, voting districts for Leslie Graham and certain other people, certain other Republican Congress people and senators, certain districts that have always been Democratic, were always Democratic, always voted Democratic, who had 9,000 people, 9,000 registered Democrats in this district. And this district always votes Democrat because of that. They've only got 1,500 registered Republicans. I think it's 1,500 registered Republicans, yeah. 9,000 registered Democrats, 1,500 registered Republicans, and in the 2020 election, pre-Biden, Trump-era politics, Trump nepotism, Trump trying to overthrow valid election results and shit like that. These districts that were always Democratic, that had so many more people who were liberal than conservative, 9,000 of those registered Democrats, 1,000 of them come out to vote. Of the 1,500 registered Republicans, 3,500 of them come out to vote. And that district turns strongly red. Not just barely red, not just they eked it out. Strongly red for one voting cycle, and then the next voting cycle, completely Democrat again. In ways that if you look at it, you look at the statistics of like how many people voted for Biden, how many people voted for Trump, how many people voted for... You look at these statistics and you find out that in order for this to be possible, people had to come into the polls and vote for... not vote for the president, but just vote for that senator, who is the senator for that state currently in power, who has control over setting up the voting, and whose voting is done by computerized systems. Not a paper ballot. Completely unconfirmable computerized systems. A vote goes in and it disappears. It's not trackable to any individual anymore. They were shouting in 2020, Trump's people, really loudly about voter fraud, and I think part of it was to cover up their voter fraud. Because you look at the results of 2020 election across very, remember Lindsey Graham was out there too? He was like, basically crying on television saying, I'm going to lose because I don't have money and this other guy has money, and then it just went away. It just went away. Suddenly he wasn't, bawling on TV saying, you guys need to give me money if you want to get me in office. He was just suddenly calm and contained, and then he won by a landslide. Some weird ass shit goes on at our polls, and computers are completely unsecurable for a democratic electoral process. Completely unsecurable. There is nothing you could ever do that would secure them, because whatever you would do to secure them would make them insecure in another way. If you're going to make the voting system of a computer trackable back to the individual, well, now you've got a situation where people can be pressured, where people know that their vote is like, there's going to be someone somewhere who knows how they voted. And that's a core premise of a functioning democracy, is that your vote needs to be completely anonymous, because otherwise, if it can be known who voted how, then your employer can pressure you to do a certain thing, to vote a certain way, or, people can... That kind of shit starts to happen. So if you don't make it trackable, because you need to preserve the anonymity of voting, because otherwise democracy fails to function, then having the ballot be on a computer, it's ones and zeros in memory, and all you got to do is flip them. You can make it so that the button, when you press it, 1/3 of the time actually puts in the vote for somebody else. Computerized voting is not and cannot ever be secured. And yet we've got it in America at massively rolled out areas, and wherever it is, you look at those areas and find out, that's curious. Why did the people vote completely differently than they always did here? How is it that there are more voters than there are people registered to vote? How is it that there are more registered to vote than there are who live in the county? But the kinds of actual like voter fraud issues and concerns that we have and should have in this country are of the people who have power over us, not individual voter fraud. Not somebody waiting in line for 3 hours to do their vote, then going out to their car, putting on a wig and then glasses and trying to wait in line for another 3 hours to get a second vote in. That's not a problem that we have. It doesn't happen. We study it. We have a lot of fucking studies. We have a lot of oversight. We have people watching people. We have people watching the people who are watching the people who are watching the fucking polls. As we move them, as we do everything with them. That's not a problem. So you try and license the polls, all you're doing is disenfranchising people who have always been disenfranchised, the poor, and keeping them down when they need their representation. Ronan Paul, and every accusation is a confession. I don't know what you mean there. Explain yourself. Explain. So I like where you're going. It sounds good, but I'm not following. You probably said it 6 minutes ago when I said something, and then it made perfect sense, and I would have understood if I looked over, but I didn't. Because I don't. Because I never do I? It is a great injustice that prisoners are unable to vote, and that is a large part of the reason why prison slave labor is still allowed, and it may also go some way to explain the racial makeup of the prison population. Oh, absolutely. You don't need to say may there. The people who are oppressed by the systems, the people who are over-prosecuted, the people who, suffer at the hands of the crack cocaine versus powder cocaine disparities that are on our books, they don't get to vote on it. Oh, gee, really? Huh. The people who are forced into confessions and over-policed, over-prosecuted, over-sentenced, they don't get to vote? Oh, gee, what's that about? I wonder. I don't know. Jesus, every single one of those votes, those jumps just died. Didn't go anywhere. No speed coming through there. It was in relation to accusations of voter fraud even before the election happened, or presently when Republicans such as Matt Gaetz enjoy shouting, okay, groomer. Okay, groomer? Is that a thing now? But okay, in relation to them, talking about voter fraud before there was a vote, and then requiring us to look into a number of states for their federal election at the cost of the American people over and over and over again, each one of those studies proving that there was no fucking, voter fraud that would have made Trump win. There was no voter fraud of any significance to the election. That there was the same 0.00001% of suspicious-looking ballots that there always is, and that it doesn't matter. And that most of them have a good reason that doesn't involve a fucking conspiracy. And then, yeah, they get us all looking at the federal findings. And while we're looking over there, they're burning they're taking the computerized voting booths out back and setting them on fire. So nobody will find the evidence of the code that they swapped out. I mean, I absolutely believe, I'm not just saying that for fun. I absolutely believe that Lindsey Graham, and there's like 3 of them in particular, who it's just really obvious for. I absolutely believe that the Republican leaders of these states who had control over what was going on in their voting districts and who decide to fund or not fund a different voting system and that kind of thing, that they absolutely manipulated the results in the districts in order to win them without the votes, because it just doesn't make any fucking sense. The results don't figure, like, mathematically. Is it more or less? I think it might be more. No. I'm trying like a slowdown now. Like right now I'm just developing on it. And we already lost it. But God, I remember it being as easy as that. So when I get here, maybe I restart as I come in. I do a jump, little hop, just hold forward. Okay, big hop, little hop. See, the problem is, if I turn around too quickly, the truck itself doesn't pull me away from the wall, and I think it benefits me. Yeah. I think it benefits me to move just slightly back and then be moving in. God, it was just so easy. I remember what it was like. I'd come into 210 and turn around, throw a truck, it was no problem. Like, maybe I had to do it twice to get what I was looking for. And that kills me. But maybe I can get way the hell out here for no reason. It's not high enough. Whoa! Whoa! Yeah, this is just making me feel really bad. Because it's 210. It's not 2.7, and I'm getting 2.7 pretty consistently now. So, what the hell, 210? And into the tree. Right. And into the tree. Oh, I managed to get over the tree. Okay. And into the tree. And no. But if you get that one, you should, like, just try and do that, because you can catch the top of a truck, pop it, and go in. Alright, the consistency's coming back a little bit. He says, and then it goes away. I don't agree with you on everything you were saying, but you say it so well, it's making me think. And there's the big one. Let me ask you, what if I... Is it possible to get one of these that's so big and powerful? Not really. No, you just need the 210 turnaround. Alright, let's wait. No, we should take a live stream break. We've been here for fucking an hour and 50 minutes unbroken. And we've been, you know, discussing everything that's a problem in this country and putting all the pieces together and pulling all the, you know, that's the thing, is like, it's not, it just makes sense when you look at all of the different moving pieces, when you start from the realization that, you know, there are only so many pages of paper in this notebook, and if I rip out all of them and say, I'm going to keep these for mine, what's left is what's left to go around. When you understand that the nature of capitalism starts there, when you understand that there's no way for the price of manufacturing to go down without either eliminating the workforce that creates it through technology, or finding another workforce that you can pay less in order to do it, when you realize that no corporation that reports its income to the stock market on a quarterly basis to its shareholders and needs people to continue thinking of it as constantly making more money, or else they're going to start pulling their money out and disinvesting in it, which means that now they don't have the money to run the business anymore. When you realize that they need to constantly generate more money than they did last time, then you realize that it is necessary in capitalism for them to continuously offboard safety and staff and lower their standards and find a new workforce and seek the absolute cheapest labor that they can find, which is necessarily always going to be the most impoverished, the most suffering, the most desperate population on the planet. And what they will do is they will take that population and they will give them jobs, and then those people will demand a little bit more, and they'll say, yeah, all right, I mean, we're making a shit ton of money, and I'll give them a little bit more, and then they'll demand a little bit more, and then they'll say, all right, you can have that, and then they'll demand a little bit more, and they'll say, absolutely not, and then they'll form together in a union and say, well, then we're not going to make anything, motherfuckers, and they'll say, God damn it, all right, you can have what it is, and then they turn around and say, we need a new island of slaves, because we're going to move out. That's capitalism. That's how it works. That's how we get here. It's what it's always been. You have to keep moving. You land in a place, you're going to necessarily raise the income of, people around there for a little bit, for a little while, and then if they ever start saying, hey, wait a second, why are you making all of the money when we're doing all of the work? Then you have to just shut those factories down and move to the next most desperate place. It is a cycle that will continuously propagate poverty and desperation, that relies on poverty and desperation to fuel it. And so you're not saving money at Walmart. You're supporting slavery. And on that happy and upbeat note, we're going to take a 7-minute live stream break. And when we come back, we will continue running Clustertruck. We're so close now. Yesterday we ended on, my average run was maybe getting to World 5 and dying, sometimes World 6. Now we get up to 2-7, and I got a good chance that I'm going to get it within the first 2 throws. And now, our biggest problem seems to be 210. So we're on pace to put in a hell of a PB, and maybe we'll do that right after I come back from live stream break. But 7 minutes, go use the toilet, grab a drink, meet me back here, pawn not out. As I find the buttons for the break. I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. We're overthrowing the American government while running Clustertruck today. Welcome in. There's no talk of overthrowing it. There's just talk of like, why, what? Where are we going? What's happening? When are we getting there? And an anonymous gifter just gave HSC Gaming a tier 1 sub. This one's for you, Harvey. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Harvey of HSC Gaming on YouTube. We used to have a little show together called Harv and Pawn. We've talked recently, not recently enough, really, but you know. Thank you so much for that. But we've been talking about capitalism. We've been talking about the politics of capitalism, the politics of America, gun control, voting, kind of everything so far. Well, running this speedrun, trying to put in a new PB. And I wanted to move on to the discussion of what is capitalism's. I'll call it long term. Fuck. All right, well, that's dead. I'll call it long term, but only if we can agree that we're already pretty deep into the term as it speaks. What is the plan for the era of automation that we are currently in? What is the plan? Because we had the industrial age, the industrial revolution and everything, and then we saw automation, robotics, we saw assembly lines and stuff like that, but then we saw automation and robotics, and not as many people needed to work on the line to get the thing done that needed to be done, and that's a good thing. Human being, that doesn't have to sit at a station for 8 hours applying washer 16 and nut 13L to peg 15B. That's I count that as good. That's where we should be headed, for Christ's sake. But bearing that in mind, we are in the kind of mid-early stages of automation of all of our production and industry and stuff like that. I can go online right now. I've got some programming background, and I can go online, figure out Google's fucking AI, their API for their AI learning system, and in like 3 days, at most, I should think, I could create an automated, self-learning fucking thing that will do some basic task for you. Some digital task for you. I could do that. It's just out there now. It's not a big, complicated, difficult thing. I forgot that I need to run this one again. And so, as we move into the era where AI, not, the way that you think of AI, not fucking Skynet, but, AI, real AI, gives us yet more and newer ways to replace human labor. Damn it. I was supposed to do it the other way, but let's see if it comes in. More and new ways to replace human labor with automation. So what is capitalism's plan for that? What does capitalism have in its system for that? Because it's great if a person doesn't have to sit on an assembly line doing an increasingly, an incredibly repetitive task, because we've got technology that can do that now. That's awesome. Except that person goes home, doesn't have any money, and can't pay the fucking bills and can't keep a roof over their house. Then we've got a problem, right? Then it's not a good thing anymore, correct? We can all agree. And we've already gone through this era of industrial automation, where it was all robotics, and now we've got the budding age of AI automation. And it's just going to mean less and less people are needed to do the repetitive and basic tasks that need to be done in our society. Cool, good. Who's going to pay them? Where do they have a value? We have a population that, the experts are hoping on this planet will top out at 12 billion? What is it, 12 billion? 12 billion people, and then start reducing. And we're not anywhere near 12 billion yet. It's going to increase our population size significantly. It's going to continue to increase as technology outmotes the need for human labor to supply what is needed to each one of those new humans. So, what happens? I mean, that's the end of the question right there. What happens? What's the plan for making sure that people can pay their bills? Like, if we are moving into a utopian era where technology outmodes the need for repetitive, redundant labor, hooray, unless we don't start just giving people the money that they need to survive. If we don't need their labor anymore, we've saved all this money and we're still providing people what they need. So now we've got all this money, we can just give it to the people who don't have to work anymore, and now the world has gotten better, and all of our children are living in an era that we wish that we could have lived in. Great. But if we don't do that, then we're just living in an era where there's more and more and more and more and more and more and more poor people who can't afford anything, and a fewer and tighter and more powerful and more controlling rich class that has the means and the resources. Like, what is the plan? How does capitalism deal with that? Less jobs, more people. What's the solution in capitalism? What's the solution where we're supposed to be competitors in a marketplace, when the marketplace is now dominated by AI, is now dominated by robotics, by automation? Because it's only going to get more and more thorough. And any suggestion that we could all just become fucking artists and sell our shit to one another, you can't sell, like, your poetry to someone else who doesn't have money because they don't have a job either. You understand? You know? Like, are we seriously in 2022, having experienced that it doesn't work, back to Reaganomics, the idea that, don't worry, if there's a whole bunch of rich people, they'll spend money on shit, and then we'll just be, you know, our entire lives will be coming up with distractions for the rich class. Like, if that were economically viable, I'm not interested in that as a future for me or any of the human race. That doesn't sound like a fun time. So what is the plan for it? Mosaic Task Force says the long-term goal for capitalism is not to worry about it, just be part of the wonderful life now and pass on wealth to family members. Families of the people building railroads still love very well from that wealth. Technological shifts gives wealth accumulation to an extent where a family is rich for many generations. Capitalism worked for a few individuals, not for a society as a whole. Bezos is already talking about employees in space and other planets as a way to expand productivity. Yeah, wants to ship our pollution to space, wants to actually have people working on space stations and shit like that. And this is just bullshit pie-in-the-sky distraction stuff. And my question is, what is your real fucking plan? You know? You're not gonna... So, you're planning on there being some kind of massive, like, basically, your plan would have to be that we invent the warp core. Like, how are you going to move populations at the size of, you know, required for a meaningful workforce to space and or other planets so that they can then, somewhere where they have even less access, like, now they're really trapped. Now you really got them fucked. Now you really built your island of slaves, right? Because what are they going to do on Mars if they want air? Hey, wait a second. I think we've made some movies about this starring Arnold Schwarzenegger before. Like, what is the fucking plan? More people, less jobs. How does that work? And the answer is, it doesn't. It doesn't unless we start taking the wealth that we have earned through our labor and through our development of technology and through our increasing, you know, education systems and everything, and you know, bringing people to the point, bringing humanity to the point where we can think of, design, and conceive of systems that allow us to do this. We take the benefits and we give it back to ourselves. The only reason we can't give it back to ourselves is because there are people in power who aren't ourselves, who are taking it instead. Hello! He said the quiet part out loud. Again, I've been saying the quiet part out loud all day here. But that's all it comes down to. Like, we have done the work. Our parents, our fathers, our forefathers, all that fucking, you know, oh, our forefathers, all that talk. They've done the work, they've done the labor, they've lifted a species, that's what I was looking for, a species on this planet, to the point where we have built all of this and done all of these great things and have this technology at our fingertips and continue to expand and grow and do all of these things. And life has gotten better and better and better and better. And talk about the 10%, the 11 to 13% of people in America, 1 in every 10 who's in poverty around here. In American poverty, you're doing pretty good. I'm in American poverty in the home that I own. That's, you know, 1,200 square feet. And the walls look like shit and it's unpainted and the porch is falling apart and stuff like that. But it's a pretty damn good life for, you know, filing my taxes to the tune of, you know, net $5,500 income, because I chose to be a live streamer. But, you know, poverty in America isn't awful. It ain't good, though. And we've got, like, this incredibly disparate inequality of wealth, to where, like, we have entirely different ideas of what life actually is and what it looks like, and there are people living in places where they have no idea what it looks like or feels like to live out here, and they just imagine that it doesn't exist, that it's all being made up, that it's all, you know, there's a thing around Detroit, like there is around Africa, which is the term poverty porn, you know? The idea of coming to Detroit or going to Africa, certain, you know, nations in Africa, and taking pictures of people who look like they're really bad off, and then that's the only image that you get of, you know, these African communities and stuff like that, when it's not like that. Even the people they took pictures of, they fucking, in some instances, literally doctored them up and said, would you mind taking your shirt off and rubbing this dirt on your face? Like, shit like that. Poverty porn. It's a concept, it's a term, it's a thing that actually happens. And I'm getting sick of hearing about it in reference to Detroit, because they're using a term that started out for, hey, you are misrepresenting what other nations of the world look like in America, and especially what, you know, a lot of Africa looks like, as being some kind of hellhole pit kind of a thing. And there's a lot of good shit in Africa, and most people don't live like that, god damn it. That's what it came out as, and now the citizens of Detroit, or not the citizens of Detroit, but the citizens of the suburbs around Detroit, have co-opted it as a way of trying to say, don't acknowledge the problems that we have here. Because I can walk outside, I could, you know, you guys want me to stream this one from my cell phone? Pull up the Twitch app and start up the cell phone stream, and I'll show you what I look at when I stand out on my porch every day. I'll show you the 6 empty homes that I can see on my street and kitty corner to my street. I'll show you the porch that's fallen down on the house that the guy who I almost had to kill in my kitchen, who, after he broke in to beat his girlfriend who'd come to my house to hide from him, that he came out of it. I'll show you how the porch is just falling off of it. I'll show you the boarded up houses. This is what I look at. These are the sights of Detroit, of living where I live. I live a quarter of a mile north of Hamtramck. Hamtramck is fucking beautiful. It's gorgeous. It's not, you know, it's mansions and shit like that. It's just a beautiful, gorgeous community. It's exactly what you think an urban neighborhood should look like. It's absolutely wonderful. I mean, it's poor people living together. They've got a high poverty rate there, too. But my God, the police come when they call, and the streets look nice and clean, and you feel safe while you're out there. And it just pisses me off when I hear, you know, suburbanites, because it's always a suburbanite claiming to be a Detroiter, someone who doesn't actually live here but has decided, you know, Ann Arbor's close enough to say, I live in Detroit. You know, Rochester Hills is in metro, suburban, exurban, something. They come up with a new term and say, no, I live there. You know, pretending like we're going out of our way to find things that look wrong in Detroit, as opposed to just taking pictures of the places where we fucking live! You know, and I bring that up because it's an exemplar of the not just disparateness of economy, but of our visions of the world from place to place in this country. Our visions of this country, our visions of our states, of our counties, of our communities, and of our cities. So what I'm talking about with the Detroit thing, we have such incredibly disparate, you know, versions of what we think is going on. And, you know, there's good things in Detroit. I love, you know why I moved here? Because I fucking love this city. I moved here in the first place because I wanted to be closer to the Zen Center after I'd first found that before I became a monk. Then I became a monk and lived in the Zen Center, which is in Hamtramck, for 3 years, and enjoyed all of the benefits and awesome things that are happening in Detroit downtown, as well as Midtown and some other places, and it was great. And then they asked me to leave the Zen Center, and years passed, and then I decided I want to come back to Detroit. I'd like to be near Hamtramck, but, you know, I'm just going to start coming back to Detroit. Came back to Detroit, and being poor, I found what I could find and got as close to Hamtramck as I possibly could, and now here I sit in the real Detroit. The Detroit that you find out when you really live inside Detroit. Even when I didn't do this right. Even when I lived in Detroit before the Zen Center, the version of Detroit that I lived was on a road called 3rd Street. Or no, 4th Street. 4th Street, which exists as like this weird little beautiful hippie commune in this road that was cut off, incidentally, by the city just pile driving a freeway through a neighborhood of course, mostly poor, mostly black people, because that's where you do those kinds of things. If you got to pick where we're going to shove a highway through, well, guess who's going to be taking the brunt of it? But it was a beautiful little community, and even there, you know, there were problems already, but even there, I found a version of Detroit that was pretty nice. It was okay. Didn't feel like I could actually call the police and get them to come, but it was okay. And then I came into Detroit, and you know, I drive around my area. I drive around so many like other areas. I've known homeless people on these streets and tried to help them out, and they've shown me where the fucking drug dealers are and taken me around the city and shown me other places and things. I've got a, you know, always had a relationship with the homeless since I've been one. I know what this fucking city actually looks like. I know what the beauties of it are, and I know the horrors of it, and I'm just tired of seeing, like, this incredibly wide and disparate version of Detroit that exists in different people's eyes, where they just don't see an entire half of it, you know? It's either all good or it's all bad. And my thing is, like, I'm talking mainly about the bad, because the bad is the problem. The bad is what we can fix and what we need to fix and what nobody's fixing. I don't, but, you know, I still have fondness for the city, and I still know the places where you can go to enjoy the best of what's here. But we've got 33.3% of the population of Detroit living in poverty. I need you guys to stop talking about it like it's a city on the comeback in terms of that the people who live here are being helped. It's a city on the comeback in terms of you've tricked corporate America into putting their money in here by promising them that they'll get their taxes back and reinvest it into their own properties and shit in downtown. But the houses where we live in the suburbs of Detroit, which aren't suburbs because it's fucking Detroit, in the real suburbs of Detroit, the inner suburbs of Detroit, I'll tell you what, you want to have a fun stream participation moment? I want you to go and get like either Google satellite imagery or Google Earth, you know, that'd work too, or Street View. Street View is also good. And I want you to go look at Mound Road in Detroit. Go search Mound, M-O-U-N-D, Mound Road in Detroit. And make sure you're below 8 Mile, because 8 Mile on the north end is the edge of Detroit. So everything below 8 Mile and down. In fact, if you want to start on 9 Mile, see what Mound looks like at 9 Mile, and then cross the border into Detroit, and then see what it looks like as you get to 7, as you get to 6. Because the road itself might as well be gravel at this point. It is not a road. It is a collection of potholes, chuck holes, broken... It's fucking destroyed. And nobody's fixing it. Even though they got all this money downtown they keep telling us about, they bring out 3 goddamn casinos, knowing that wherever you put a casino, there's going to be a 200%, there's going to be a 100% increase, resulting in 200% of the amount of people who are addicted to gambling. Bring in 3 fucking casinos, put every single sports stadium in the downtown area in the footprint of Detroit. We got all this money coming in, all this economic activity. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? How can you have all that money and the priority 1 response time of the Detroit Police Department is a quarter of an hour? Priority 1 being, they're shooting outside. Oh, we'll be there in 15 minutes. What? And when you call them and say, there's some guys outside with guns, they haven't done anything yet, but they don't look happy, they say, oh, that's priority 2. We'll be there in 45 minutes. What? How can you have all this money and 911 puts me on hold? How can you have all this money and we have the worst schools in the fucking state? How can you have all this money and every other house is covered up, is either boards or you've just knocked it fucking down because you don't want people to see how bad it is. So you just knock it down and now half of Detroit looks like it should be farmed. It looks like we should be doing farm, and you know what? They would if the land weren't so goddamn polluted. Like they'd have to put crops on this land for 6 years to suck the fucking motor oil and asbestos and everything else out of the soil from all these ancient houses that they knocked down and just buried over. Where is the money going? It's supposed to be ours, isn't it? Don't you work for us? Don't the people who are elected in Detroit serve the people of Detroit, not the fucking billionaire in California who wants to buy a stadium and put the name Hungry Howie's on it? Nobody in this city wants a Hungry Howie's arena. I fucking guarantee you. Or a Little Caesars. Is it Little Caesars? I know it was a pizza thing. We don't want that. We don't want that. Okay? If you want to build a stadium, don't put that fucking name on it and make sure that the fucking tax revenues and all the money that it costs to build that thing come into the city of Detroit. Make sure that we are paid. Make sure that we built it. Not contractors from the suburbs, contractors from fucking Detroit. What's your unemployment rate in Detroit? You're building these giant things? How many people were involved that were in Detroit on that deal? Why do you have to steal $200 million from the schools in order to help finance a billionaire's fucking stadium? Because he wouldn't put it there if we didn't give him $200 million. And where's it going to come from but your schools? Fuck you then, you know? This is not representative government. You're not helping us. You're not here for us. Clearly, obviously. If your long-term plan is we'll just get all these rich people's money in here and then at some point we'll stop giving them back the same money. The moment you do, they're just going to take their money and leave. You get like 1 year of taxes where you go, ha, we ripped the rug out from underneath you. Now we're going to finally help the people of Detroit. 1 year of that and then it's over. You need to build a fucking city that functions. Not keep trying to lure in, you know, turn Detroit into a fucking tourist attraction for people who live in Rochester Hills to drive a half an hour down here. Oh, well, look, the lights. People live here. It's supposed to be a city. Help us. 911. No hold. Never on hold. Is that a standard we could meet? Priority 1 response time. Average. 6 minutes. Can we not meet that? Priority 2. Average. 8 minutes, for fuck's sake. Priority 2 are things that you can prevent. They're crimes that haven't happened yet. Priority 1 is there's already a crime. If you get here soon, maybe you can stop it from getting worse. You're not preventing crime. You're just coming in and saying, okay, and how did he die? Was it him? Because it looks like they both shot each other. What did you see, ma'am? And ma'am will respond, fuck you, pig, and walk away because she has no trust that this guy isn't gonna tell other people that she's the one who told him that, and then the drug dealers he reports back to because he gets a fucking deal on what he likes to do on the weekend. Like, that is the state of the city of Detroit, and that is America. That is Michigan. This is a world that I am familiar with and that I live in. I realize that other people who are more fortunate in their pocketbooks experience America and Michigan differently because of where they live and how they live. Could you please not forget that we exist? Not pretend that we don't? I'm out here telling you what it looks like. Hear me. There's a lot of things in chat that I wanted to go back to and read. 6 empty homes on your street, that's free real estate. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, I support the idea of Detroit, you know, of like squatting. Let's just get people into these houses. But the problem with squatting is that it's a lot of drug addicted people. And then they end up setting fires that they didn't intend to, and then the houses next to them catch fire, and then you got real problems. The city of Detroit's fire department is fucking awesome because they deal with that on a regular basis. They're excellent. I would like to see a plan where every Detroit fire department person gets like, I don't know, like, take a day off of being a fire person, we'll pay more people to come in, you'll train them, they'll be as good as you are because you'll be the ones training them. And then what we'll do is I want you to take a day off from doing the firework and use that day to be a deputized police officer in the city of Detroit. No gun, no, walk it, just be around to be the eyes and ears and to be a symbol and visual force of, hey, those are good people over there. We like the fire department because they actually do their jobs and care. And what we need is a police force that we feel comfortable walking up to and saying, hey, there's some shit going on back there. You didn't hear it from me. Because in Detroit, there's always some shit going on back there, but I don't feel like I can even tell you. We have a private, separate tip line that is not associated with the city or its police. You know why? Because nobody feels like they can call the police. They're pretty damn sure that the police are in bed, a number of them, with the drug dealers, that they'd like to tell them, hey, they're selling drugs out of there, and it's on my fucking street, and I got kids, can you get them out of here? But we can't, because it might get back to the drug dealers that we're the ones that told them, and then we and our kids are dead. When on Google Maps, the Zen Center is just like a house. Next to it is, it's a combined structure. Actually, the house end of it, the house side of it, walks through to the larger structure, and then that is underground basement that also connects through. But yeah, it's a house attached to the actual temple, and if you find a modern picture of the actual temple, I think you'll see a gold Buddha sitting on the top of the, meditation hall, flat-roofed building part of things. Did the shotgun have anything to do with leaving the Zen Center? Horrid jokes aside, every stream plus socio-political tirade, I hope you're well, Pawn. I don't know how I am. I'm feeling better than I was 3 days ago. I feel like there's a demon inside of me, and, that there's a Shiva to my Vishnu, that there is a destructive force to my creative force, and if I hem off and pen up that Shiva, then Shiva starts to destroy inside of me. I need to give voice to the demon, and let him out on the leash every now and then, or else he starts to attack the guy holding the chain. So I've been doing that, and I feel much lighter on my feet than when I was just trying to be nice and let's not think about it, which I've never really been that way for a while, but sorry, I'm just scrolling chat here. Give a Zillow link in chat. You guys try to dox me again? I've always said, feel free, just keep your head down if you drive into my neighborhood. But, don't, in all honesty, don't dox me. I think the money is circulating between the incredibly rich fucks and the suburban wannabe rich fucks like the algae-infested stagnant wading pool. It is. That's everybody's got a Shiva. Let him out. Summer 2016, time flies, was a long time ago. Oh, I don't know what that's about. Qualified immunity for police only makes it worse. Yeah, the Supreme Court deciding that the police force have no responsibility or obligation to the people that they protect and serve. Doesn't help anything. Nobody ever says F the firefighters, lol. And you know what? I'd be fully willing to say F those firefighters, they suck, but I know. I have reported fires myself. Like, honestly, if I really have a problem at this house again, I should probably just call the fucking fire department and tell them something's on fire. And if they get here and say, well, nothing's on fire, I'll light a fucking fire and say, see that guy over there? I need help. Like, they come. They are out there. They do it. They nail it. They keep the house next door from burning down. They are fucking excellent. I don't see anything for sale in Detroit for less than $1,000 on Zero. Less than $1,000? Yeah, the price rates have really come up. I mean, I had to dish out $2,501 for this 1,200 square foot place. Big brain move. Start your own drug cartel and buy the police back. I mean, yeah, you've just described the employment opportunity that young black men see as they're growing up in Detroit. You nailed it. That's exactly what it's about. There's no up and out for us. They are literally cordoning off the area that we live in, not bringing the police in except when they want to arrest some of us who are doing nothing. But they don't protect us. They push the drug activity out of those areas and into our areas. They are against us. What are we going to do? And they see the economic opportunity as well as the political and power opportunity to take some of that back by running their own drug businesses. Like that's why it looks like it looks. Because they don't have access to opportunity via another method. At least nothing that's likely. OCP would be a good name. Are you down with OCP? Yeah, you know me. After last week's events, I don't have a Shiva inside me right now. She's off stomping around a nearby city making Godzilla noise. Okay, fair enough. Keep running, Pawn. This is nice. I just wanted to catch up with chat. Get back to the run. Missed the goal by a millimeter, apparently. This one's in, but a little bit slower. Gotten so good at the 2-2. I should... Why did you say that out loud? I shouldn't have said it out loud. There we go. He's in a sub 5. And that ruins that. But yeah, to come back to where I started when we came back from the live stream break, what is the fucking plan? How does capitalism possibly have a solution in its Rolodex for the very basically observable reality that is only going to continue getting more and more extreme in its reality of more people than there are jobs. There's always more people. Technology is always getting rid of jobs. And short of somebody inventing the... I mean, it really is. That's what I was going to say about Bezos, was that, you know, when I'm saying, like, he's hoping that the warp core is invented, if he thinks that's going to happen, it's because the cost of moving people to space, for some reason, is, you know, ridiculous. And between that and not having any plan, the capitalists and capitalism in general, not having any plan to address the consistent increase in population against the consistent decrease in need for human labor, they might as well also be, you know, we're just completely in the Star Trek universe for them, because they might as well also be saying, you know, we're waiting for somebody to invent the you know, the, what is it, the food thing. It's the one that makes the food. God damn it, just hit the fucking button at the right time. Come on, we're all Star Trek fans here, right? With this food synthesizer deal. The thing that can just make shit out of energy. Manufacture, you know. I mean, that's gotta be their plan, but then that isn't their plan, because if we could do that, that undermines their whole, you know, economic theory. That's now they can't be rich, because now I just need the energy. Oh, I guess they could sell us the energy, you know? Fuck! You know, replicator, yes, thank you. But it's like, outside of some kind of sci-fi, now we've got teleporters, and now, like, even with that, their whole plan for economy, if we did have one, their immediate and initial thing would be that we have to find a way, they would have to find a way to turn that into a saleable product, to continue to restrict access to what is now infinitely viable energy and food and all of the things that we need. That's the whole point and goal of capitalism, is to make sure that someone doesn't have, so that you can sell it to them, you know? There is no possible future for capitalism on the planet. I mean, no viable future where any of us survive, anyway, you know? It can't be done. It can't continue to function under these conditions, and under the conditions that are completely you can't change them. What you could do to change them, you'd have to have a completely different mindset for. No. Try again. Try again. A little higher. A little bit too high. Damn it. This is one I've really got to be... practiced on to pull off, and we took the live stream break, so... you know, it's just... we're continuing to live under a system that provably objectively, there cannot be a possibility of it in the future. It cannot continue to be. And, you know, instead of talking about how we could take from the best of capitalist ideals for the things that benefit from competition and that aren't necessities of life, and use that in integration with more socialistly minded systems that make sure that the basic necessities of life are always available, and that the minimums of the need of an American workforce are, you know, jobs that get done by remunerating them at the highest levels, because they are functionally the most important to society, instead of talking about being able to merge those into some kind of plan that would actually work in the long run. Our conversation globally, but really in America, ends before it begins. There's just an assumption that, it'll all work out. And it doesn't, and it hasn't, and it's not. And the planet is getting warmer, and the oceans have risen, and we have lost fucking, coastline, and there are people dying from tsunamis that shouldn't be happening, that wouldn't be there, once a 1,000-year storms that we're now getting once every 100 years, and by the time we're dead, there'll be once every 20 years, and, like, the shit is happening. We're in the middle of it. You're gonna want to do something about it. And you have no plan. You have no plan. The plan that you're going with right now is no plan. It's not a plan. It doesn't work. You know it doesn't work. Like, we play devil's advocate and, like, argue for these satanic motherfuckers. But, like, what could we possibly say about capitalism? Let's say, the goal of capitalism. Alright, let's say this is how it functions. Yes, we closed down those factories in Detroit and Flint and in all these different states across, all these places where people were working and making money and paying their bills, and had bought homes, and then they can't do that anymore. Sure, we closed them down, but you gotta bear in mind that what we did was we industrialized the nation. So we industrialized the nation, and this is how this is gonna work in capitalism. We come in, we industrialize a nation of poor people because poor people are willing to work for the least amount out of everybody else. We find the most in despair, and then we bring them jobs, and we remunerate them. Not well, because that's the whole point, is if we remunerated them well, then we wouldn't be saving money. But we remunerate them more than they had before, kind of, I guess. And then, okay, over time, they start demanding more, and they have some power because they're in the job, they can do the job. We don't want to interrupt the flow of our corporate dollars and stuff like that. So they've got some negotiating leverage there, and they can demand a little bit more. And so they end up demanding a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And then, eventually, we get to the point where we decide, well, they're asking too much, so let's now do it all again. And so then we shut down those factories, and we move on to the next place. But, okay, devil's advocate here, what's happened in the midtime is that we have created the foundations of a middle class. There are people who had jobs, a lot of them just lost them kind of thing, but they also had access to education, and their children had access to better education than anyone's had in the nation. So we're just going to keep doing that. And, yes, the people who, we leave without their jobs after all that time, sure, they're fucked, where they weren't as fucked yesterday, when they still had their jobs. But, there we go. But, there is a higher economic standard in that country than when we came, and we'll just keep moving around and doing that. And, like, I guess that's where my playing devil's advocate thing ends, because I don't know what the next line is. We'll just keep running around and doing that. And then, because eventually you run out of, poor, desperate people if things are working out well, right? Shit. There you go. That one's up and over. And it's probably the fastest one that we've put in since starting this. Because it's not a PB, but it's real close. So 127.42, not bad. But, like, there's no move after that, right? Like, even if you're saying, listen, we're doing horrible things right now, we're, taking advantage and creating these slave-like workforces in the out of the most desperate people in the world, but their economic situation improves a little bit, and some people in that economy manage to get out because of that minor improvement, and they become kind of a middle class, and that improves the overall national economy. And then, when they start getting uppity, we rip our factories out, and they don't have jobs anymore. But, there's some infrastructure that was built before we left, and then we go over here and we find another desperate people, and we lift them ever so slightly so that we can still make them, and we do it again and again and again. Like, you're not even making a good place there. Like, in that argument, and I'm the one making it, so maybe there's a better version of making it, but you still can't claim that you uplifted the nation and now it's a good place to live. No, because you took advantage of them until they wouldn't allow you to take advantage of them anymore, and then you left, leaving them with nothing. Which is, by the way, why there's that whole part of communism, where it's seize the means of production. People seize, because if you let them close the factory,
box up the machinery and take it away, well, now you're completely fucked. But if they say, we're gonna close up the factory, and you say, no, you're not. Now this equipment is ours. Feel free to build a whole new factory somewhere else, but we're gonna keep producing here. That's where that comes from. Not exactly that, but kind of. Cornering the market to get personal profit is the point of capitalism. Buy low, sell high means exploiting others who try to sell goods at an affordable level. Charging money for university education did mess up the middle class, though, making more desperate workers. Eventually, you run out of poor, desperate people unless you create more by pulling the rug out from under the middle class people. Making them into poor, desperate people will make a middle class out of those who are poor and desperate now. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to play devil's advocate and create like the best possible version of this I can imagine. Best possible argument, and the best possible argument is that we are doing a minor amount of good in comparison to the massive amounts of harm that we do, that cumulatively, over the course of the next 6,000 years, might result in something. It still doesn't, there's no actual answer to it. You are continuously relying on slave labor while you uplift an economy that much, and then destroy it entirely when you pull out. Like, there's no cycle to capitalism that actually is good, that actually benefits, that actually improves the state of the world on the whole or in the long run, but only gets marginal gains for certain people for a limited amount of time until capitalism pulls the rug back out from underneath them and moves on to the next group of desperate people. And incidentally, capitalism completely functions at this point in America, especially, on debt. You need that fucking debt because even amongst your not completely impoverished people, you're looking for a class of middle-class people who are also desperate in a way, who think that they're desperate, who have the income, have the money, have the roof over their home, and that kind of a thing. They've got the opportunity and the possibility and the access, and they're living pretty damn good lives, and they got the 2-car garage and the 2-story home with the 3.5 children. They got all that stuff, but you still need them desperate, or else how do you take advantage of them? So what you do is you plummet them into this eternal, unending kind of a debt structure. You always make it seem like there's no way of actually getting your head above water. Everything around capitalism is just designed off of desperation. It requires desperation in every single aspect of it. And where it demands competition, there is no place for competition in a world where we have AI robots that are doing all of the things that we don't have to do anymore, which was why we developed AI robots. You know? It's like we're at a point already, and we're getting to a point where it's going to be even more problematic. And there's no solution for it in what is touted currently as the best model of an economy that we could possibly imagine. It's like, if it is, then we're totally fucked. We're totally fucked. I can get there. Oh, can I? I can get there. It's awful, but I got in. That's bad, too. That was all height. I needed to step back a little bit, but I knew we lost time. I wanted to try and pull something back. Damn it. Triple damn it. It didn't even do anything. I triple paused and it didn't accomplish anything. Come on, baby. First try. That's first try. And the timer fucked up at some point. Or maybe I just never reset it. But that's not bad. Whatever we just did there wasn't bad. I don't want it to be a PB even if it was, so maybe it's a good thing that it didn't reset. The timer needed to be reset. Thank you, Lolo. For trying to notify me of that. Wow, Summer Best is down to 115.3 now. We started today at a 117, and now it's down to 115. Cool. But that was a complete run. It's definitely some time wasted at places, but there's so much time moving back and forth that might have been a PB. It's not one that I want to count. Because there's clearly like 4 seconds here should be easy to get. 5, anything above there I'll feel really good. Fear is the mind killer. Reality is too depressing, so I've decided to become rich and have my empathy surgically removed. I kind of end up feeling the same way, too. I mean, because the thing is, I've lived my life in a way, but with all the various skills that I have and the various jobs that I have done for people under contract and made money doing them, I've just never asked what, like, the market would say that I'm worth for all of these different things, because I feel that the market is fucked up, you know? I feel like it's ridiculous. Like, I can do this thing, it's not that hard for me. I know you don't know how to do it, but I do, and knowing how, I can do it. It's not a big deal. I feel morally compromised to ask you for $120 an hour to do this thing that I can do, that you don't know how. It feels fucked up. And there's a part of me that I just got to get over that a little bit. Because I do have bills to pay here, and the things that I've been doing and the way I've been doing them aren't paying them. But it does feel like a temptation to just say, fuck it, I'm throwing in with the demons, and I'm gonna get mine. And especially since I could probably, you know, I would be convincing a number of the demons to let me do their thing, and maybe I could build some shit in the back door that they don't see coming. Maybe take from the people who have the money. Second try. Third try. Third try. It's not good. It's not awful. I think we're still on green time. Yeah. Shit. You can still work this. Damn it. That one's the truck itself is on a hill. Maybe that's what's throwing me off. Oh, good. Excellent. Well, it's completely dead now. And we didn't even clear the level. Another gold, though. I noticed it just before the level reset itself because of the auto-splatter, but Good capitalist move. It is about you in this lifetime, not others. But what if you are everyone? That every person you see is a reincarnation of you. If I am you, if Pawn is you. What that? It's a thing. It's like... there is no... what's the phrase? There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism, and people use that phrase as a way of like saying, yeah, since there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, doesn't matter what I do. They turn it around. Whatever you bring to them, they turn it around to make it a justification for what they already wanted to do. Okay. Nope. Fuck. Double, triple, extra, cheesy fuck on a Friday. That's like, that's a ridiculous amount of time loss. On a level that doesn't need to take it either. It's not one of the tricky ones, so that just feels stupid. This is one of the tricky ones. Oh! That's worth it. That was worth it because it was so cool. Slam head first into a truck. I'll take it. Well, you have come to the right channel with thoughts like that. When I stop dreaming, you'll all cease to exist. Get. Yeah, I don't want to mix my my dharmas here. I've been talking about the dharma of capitalist reform. I don't want to mix the dharma of self-existence. And it'll just confuse things further. Damn it, that was a perfect one, except for I paused way too early, I guess. By which I mean 2 frames too early, I guess. You gotta go out a little bit further. You're better off with a wider angle on that jump. This goes back to yesterday's rant about public versus private medicine, but the whole point of capitalism is to maximize parasitic drag without killing the host. Its ideal is the host being as close to dead as possible while remaining alive. Yeah. And the number of times we'd have to drag capitalism from the verge of its own death, too, you know? The parasite that managed to almost kill itself, and how many times we've had to come along with a bailout and hand them a ridiculous amount of money that they squandered, that they threw away, and that they squandered and threw away by cheating us, you know? By fucking us over. They fucked over us and the entire economy through plans that were just there to make them richer, that undermined the basic confidence that anyone could possibly have in a financial system, nation and global-wide. And then we have to come along and say, alright, well, what we'll do is we'll pretend that you didn't do that, while giving you what little money we've been able to scrape off of the top, while you've been sucking us dry the whole time. And it's like, wait a second, is that just another part of their plan? Is that just another means by which the parasite sucks off the host? Like there was a certain amount of stuff that they didn't have that we did have, and then by pretending like they didn't have it anymore, they got us to give them what little we had. Oh my god, they got us again, everybody. They got us again. Ha 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 ha. Silly capitalists. Tricks are for capitalists. No, you got that right. You're doing it. Fuck. Those trucks, there's a little bit of RNG to their movement at precisely that point, and that's why I keep fucking it up. Come on, don't fall off. I need every morsel of time save. Give me this. No, out, in. Okay, that was decent. Yeah, but all it did was keep us even with a lot of time save that we already taken. Or time loss, rather. Fuck! Keep your head fucking down! Fuck. Again, even if I would have got it in, it's a less than 1 second PB. I don't want it. Every dollar claimed as profit is a dollar not used for reinvestment. Be that in wages, taxes, equipment, and every dollar not used for reinvestment is a dollar not used to increase the overall prosperity of the system. I mean, the thing that I think most Americans don't know is that there was a era of extreme prosperity. I mean, they know it in theory, but I just feel like they don't understand. There was an era of immense prosperity in the wake of FDR's, you know, response to the crashing of the stock markets and everything, to the, you know, incredible depression of the economy when the government, the government started, you know, employing people who nobody else was around to employ, nobody wanted to invest in order to do the things that the government, or that the people needed done. They employed people, the people of the United States of America, to work for the people of the United States of America, and they paid them for it, and they compensated them, and they protected them under law in terms of their wages and everything, and they made sure that that happened. And that, along with policies whereby the American public all had previously had ostensibly free education. I mean, the amount that education was accessible, and I'm talking about college and shit, was unprecedented. Damn it. I just forgot. Basically, America became socialist for about 30 years. And during that time, the middle class was created. It was born. It didn't really exist before then. And when America ran its government for the benefit of the American people, by the American people, spending its money by paying its own citizens to do the labor that needed to be done, we saw the most economically prosperous time that we've ever seen. And during that time, this is the big important part, during that time, in order to fund that, the taxation of the rich was set at 90%. The taxation of the rich, say that again, the taxation of the rich, the richest, was 90% of their wages, 90% of their income. That was the tax rate. And because the tax rate was 90%, the rich paid about 60. The average was about 60% of what they put in. So we set it at 90 because we knew that they'd hide it. We'd never actually get all of it in order to get 60. We got 60, and at that time, a rich person, you know, made the equivalent, and I'm saying like converted for modern dollars, the richest people in the country, on average, were making about 300 grand. And that was the upper class. The upper class was making 300 grand in modern dollars, the equivalent of that. And that was what it was to be rich in America. And because we had those tax dollars, we were able to have the most economically prosperous time in America, to create a middle class that is now on its last legs because we stopped doing it that way. And it was, you know, tied in part to taxing the wealthy at a rate that left them with 300 grand a year. Anybody got a problem with 300 grand a year? And I'm gonna say, I'll answer that for you. No, you don't. Because you almost, if you're watching this video, you haven't already tuned out, you don't make 300 grand a year. And the only people who would have a problem with making 300 grand a year are people who make 350 grand a year. Does anyone feel like $300,000 per year is too little? Is not enough opportunity? Not enough access? Not enough... Anybody? Anybody here think that 300 grand a year is poverty? You know? Is not worth, you know, you can only have 300 grand... Jesus! Fuck! Why can't I do this fucking level? 300 grand a year is too much to, like, take to limit wealth in America, knowing that the only thing that we're gonna get for it is no one in poverty in America, a universal system of health care, free education, affordable housing, and you know, federally backed loans on everybody's homes. If that's all we're going to get, do you think that that's too much, right? To say, to limit people to, you're only allowed to make 300 grand at the most that you could possibly do as a, you know, industrialist wealth baron. Anybody think that's crazy? That's too stringent? Because I'll tell you what, me too, I think that's too stringent. Tell you what we're going to do. We're going to make it $1 million. $1 million, huh? Million. You can't make more than $1 million as a private individual. We're going to take everything and we'll just keep you at $1 million. Okay? We're going to take everything you make over $1 million. And you can have $1 million. Does that sound good? Can we do that? I mean, all it means, all we're going to get out of it, bear in mind, before we do this horrible thing that we're proposing to the 1%, to the upper 1%, to the crust, crusty old white people nonetheless, you know, before we do this horrible thing, bear in mind, all we're going to get is free education, universal health care, and doing 210 incorrectly. I mean, we're already on a bad run, so why not have some fun? Top marginal tax rate in 1960 was 91%, which applied to income over $200,000 for single filers or $400,000 for married filers. Thresholds, which correspond to approximately 1.5 million and 3 million respectively in today's dollars. I swear I've read elsewhere, I could be wrong on my confusion of like what is by today's dollars and what is not, but I swear I've read somewhere that the average, and this isn't necessarily contradicted by what you just put there, but that the average income of the upper class, which, you know, includes a lot, was $300,000 adjusted to today's rate. But yeah, 91% tax rate, average payment, actual payment rate of about 60% of their taxes. We could do that again. Well, I say that because we can do that. We can just do that. Look, we've done it before. You know what happened? All of the good things. Let's just do that. Except, what we can do this time to make it even better than it was before is not red line black people. Not, you know, actually share the wealth with the population that was enslaved and generated all of the wealth for the nation to grow and develop in the first fucking place. We could actually share it, but literally we've already done what works and know what works and have been pulled away from what works, kicking and screaming, dragged by capitalists who see the possibility of being able to be a billionaire, 100 billionaire, who are looking for, you know, how many digits can I have as their primary goal in life, and willing to watch you and your children burn alive in order to get it. Because it's inherent. Like, I don't know how anyone who has that kind of money manages to try and trick themselves into a state of, if I have this amount of money, that means they don't have it. If I go out and buy a yacht that's just hundreds of millions, it's one of those giant fucking floating island yachts. If I go out and buy that, I could take the money that I spent on that, divide by 8, and say, that's $8 is a meal. I'll divide the 100 million I just spent on this thing by 8, and that's how many meals I could have provided to hungry people. I can take that money that I just spent and say, in order to eliminate poverty in the United States of America, we need probably about $5,000 for every person, every household who's in poverty. Maybe $6,000 for every household that's in poverty. And I could divide that by 5,000, find out how many people I could have raised out of poverty, or I can have a floating mansion fucking boat for myself. There is no, like, there's no mental gymnastics that you can do to not recognize you are an immoral, cocksucking, evil, Satan, Lucifer fucking piece of shit. If that's how you're living. There is no mental math on this thing. And yet, I don't know, I guess they just keep taking pills. They can afford them, and then they manage to sleep at night. Either that or they're just complete fucking sociopaths, which is actually the truth. You know, there's a various class, there's a lot of various people. You can look at, like, who are sociopaths? What do they do in life? And what you find is that sociopaths are, and this is interesting, lawyers. No. Yes, sociopaths, people who are clinically diagnosed with sociopathy, are employed, functioning sociopaths are employed as lawyers, they are employed as doctors. That usually surprises people. But the lack of emotion at the operating table, pretty helpful actually. Like not feeling that extra pressure of moral responsibility for what happens right here. It apparently helps in the medical industry. So they're lawyers, they're doctors, and of course they're fucking CEOs. Of course they are corporate people. Of course. Because they don't see the connection of their own actions to how it affects other people. They don't feel it, you know? They might be able to logically see it, but it doesn't really matter because it's not them, and why would they care about anyone? They're fans of Ayn Rand, you know? They read those novels. They love an Atlas Shrugged kind of a thing where there's a brilliant individual who's really good at a thing, and the world just wouldn't get out of their way. And oh, what a shame that they love that kind of shit, that self-ego identifying me. I don't care about safety and welfare and shit like that. I'm a genius. Let me go forward. I'm one of the special people. They identify themselves as the special people, and that helps them to try and sleep at night. That's why so often, you know, it's the idea that you know, they were born to lead or born to rule or something like that. You know, they've got to do that. They've got to see themselves as kings and queens and princes and special people amongst everyone else, as opposed to just people who are at the right time, at the right place, who happen to know what they needed to know in order to benefit. And I feel like a huge part of the psychology also of the rich and the sociopath is, maybe not the sociopath specifically, but of the rich, is something that has just fled my mind because I'm in the middle of a speedrun. Shit, I was onto something. I can't remember what it... Yeah, fuck. And then while I'm trying to think of what it is, I'm back into 2.5, and 2.5's doing its usual tricks on me, and I'm not ready for them. Great. Beautiful. Oh, shit. Different level than I thought it was. Thought it was 2.7 I was walking into. Well, that run's dead. what is it? The psychology of the rich and their specialness thing. The specialness, because they can't logically, intellectually justify everything that they have, while other people don't have it. So that's how we end up with these, massive media outlets that are selling us on a daily basis the concept of, a politics that's built around the idea that everyone has opportunity, everyone is equal, and, we're all fine, and if you don't make it, then it's your own damn fault. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. There's a direct line of connection between that politic that doesn't make any sense, because obviously people are not equal, even if our laws were equally created and equally maintained in our systems, which they're not, evidentially by, the fucking facts and statistics. But even if they were, it's just a fact of nature and reality that people are not born equal. Some people are born without limbs. Some people lose things by the process of living their life. Somebody's born with a lot of money. Somebody's not born into a family with money. Somebody wasn't born with money, but my God, they had a really good opportunity that landed right in their lap because of something. They were born with, physically well enough, or with the mental capacity for certain work, certain jobs, certain things to be of value to certain people who had resources and wealth. Like, all of these different factors that are obviously there need to be ignored by anyone who occupies that upper 1% class. They need to come up with a completely different philosophy that is based on uniqueness, specialness, and anyone could do it if they just tried hard enough. And so that's why you hear that shit. It's not that they're trying to help you. You'll hear it from like self-help people who are like, I'm gonna teach you what you need to know in order to succeed, and here are the secrets, because you have as much opportunity as anyone else. No, you don't. You absolutely do not. I could have not been born with a genetic condition that kicked in at the age of 30. But I was, and my life's different because of it. Not worse, not better, it's just what it is because of it. But I could have been born differently, and the outcome would have been different. Oh, Jesus, that's almost like physics or something, right? But that's why you hear that, is not because, it is born of, it starts from a self-justification place amongst the rich. They need these ideas in order to have some kind of moral justification for having so much while others have so little. For literally, sleeping in a... I'm trying to think of, like, California city names. A Malibu beach house, going up to their house that overlooks the fucking cliffs in LA, kind of thing like that. Knowing that somewhere down in the city that they're overlooking is a population of people who are sleeping on cardboard that they dragged out from, dumpsters earlier today, which they put down in order to not have the concrete suck the cold out of their bodies as they're sleeping homeless. The only way for you to actually deal with that, even if you don't have emotions, some kind of psychology, you still need a philosophy that doesn't make you into a demon, right? So what you have to do is demonize the poor. You have to tell yourself that they are only poor because they made the wrong choices. And that's it. That they made the wrong choices, and that you did right, and that you're special, and that you're great, and everything's hunky-dory for you, and, you're not responsible for what happens or doesn't happen to them, because they had the same opportunities that you had, even though they demonstrably did not. And that's why you hear that as advice to you, You can find people selling that rationale for $7 for the book and $152 for the seminar, wealth acquisition seminar. They're going to sell it to you because they made it up for themselves. And telling it to you makes it feel more real, Find a group of people who you can convince of a lie, and you'll start to believe it yourself. That's the psychology of it. Friends... Alright, I made it past the tree, although we're on no time save right now. And I'm out of lev, so I had to try it. Ayn Rand, a spoiled Russian princess of industry writing fan fiction about robber barons so god-awful that not even DeviantArt would publish it in hopes of establishing labor and capital as a new peasants and nobles so that she, as a spoiled little selfish princess, could take her rightful place among the nobility. How anyone can think that childish drivel is, well, anything but childish drivel is beyond me. Oh, you're eloquent. Eloquent, Amish. You quoting something? Because if you're not, that's fucking eloquent as shit. Is that like your college thesis or something? Did you just pull it out? But that's, you know, I do want that to be heard and understood, that that is the source of this mentality and of the politic that they are trying to sell. Is that first and foremost, they need to convince themselves of it, you know? Mark Cuban, you know, needs to think of himself as not someone who, because of his wealth, he is depriving from so many other people. He needs to think of himself as, you know, being a noble entrepreneur who took advantage of opportunities as they came before him and who just wants to help other people take those same, you know, opportunities that are standing before them as well. He's got to think of himself that way. Or else, how do you sleep at night? Damn, I got it first try, but it wasn't quite high enough on the thing. That was going to be a decent run. We'd already lost some time, but 3.4 seconds coming into 1.7. I would have taken that to goal. Let's see. Could have missed a Twitch stream 6 years ago and not gotten hundreds of hours of fun and philosophy. I'm so very happy to have met you. Oh, well, thank you, Mosaic Task Force. Shame Apollo Legend closed up shop. I owe him thanks for the countless hours of sociopolitical ranting. Just an angry tirade. I didn't graduate college, ran out of money 3 semesters in. Alright. Good, another non-college graduate. I went to college. I didn't pay him for it. I did a year and some, I guess. And then having a bill from the cheapest private college in Michigan, which is Central Michigan University. You know, after a FAFSA loan, so I already had, like, it was all FAFSA, actually, is what I needed to pay back. And that took, I think, 3 years to pay back a year's worth of college. So that's, yeah. America! Fuck yeah! Fuck! God, why does it just... On this stage so often. That's the one where I'm constantly going, I think I hit that. I think I nailed that. And then finding out, game don't think so. Fuck you! 1, 2, fucking 5. Too goddamn often. Too goddamn often. You're doing that to me. Yeah, we're well behind. We'll pick it up here, though. And then it's all down to 2-7. That's in. Fuck, it's not in because I didn't adjust. It's okay, I'm just not done running yet, you know. I definitely find that I kind of throw things when I just feel like I'm having too much fun. I'm enjoying this process too much. That'll do. Not very fast, but it'll do. Ah! The shit. I take too long to set it up, and then those trucks come in, and maybe it's because they're grinding against it or something. That could be changing a thing. Or, I don't know. It could just be me. It could just be I set it up too long, and then by the time I'm ready to fire it, my fingers are, like, nervous or jittery, or I don't know. But 2-3 and 2-4 should not be causing me the kind of problems they are. Incidentally, the way that I paid off that FAFSA debt was, I just, like, worked, and didn't do anything. There was, at the end of the paying off the debt, it was 6 months. And, I just made every choice in my life about, if I do this, it will cost me money, and then I won't have as much money to throw at the debt, and it will take longer to get out from under the debt. You could say that I gave up 6 months of my life to repaying the debt that I ended up with out of college. And I'm sure that's a very unique experience in America. I don't think a lot of people, you know, have had that experience. It's completely my own. Alright, too many tries. It sucks, but we'll continue running on it. Why not? Fuck, I gotta remember that that one noses up. I keep remembering at the last second when it's no longer helpful to me that I remembered. Yeah, see, that's not any faster than me running it. I don't... If I get this hit... And I still gotta, like, if I actually did just run the level instead of trying that there... It's a hard level to run, and I'm well out of practice and everything. But that is a 12-7. And then a beautiful end on that one. So that 12-7, 2-9 to 2-10. And my speed run, what did I get off of it? Oh, I'm supposed to be counting from the 106 to the 119. Which means it was like a 13 point something. Maybe it's... So yeah, I could just run it. I don't know if I will, though. Damn. I am in Scandinavia where university is free, paid through taxes. Without that, I would never have gotten a degree. Still paying off a loan to cover living costs, though, but at least the education was free. The thing that, by default, doubles your income throughout your life. It's almost like it not only pays for itself, like, for you, but also for the nation. Almost like, oh, yeah, this person's going to be a much larger contributor to the GDP. Also, if we do have any concerns about the rising population and the rising automation, which means not enough jobs for them, you know what would help with that? You know what the greatest indicator of a lower family count is? Education. Yeah. Turns out, when people have access to education and opportunity in their lives and they can see, hey, this thing that I'm interested in, I can go and I can learn it, how to do it professionally, and then I can do that for a job. What ends up happening is they end up, like, you know, pursuing their interests and life goals for quite a bit longer. And then they have families later in life, and then they have fewer children, and then what you get is, you know, a better world. And one that is viable in the long term with fewer kids. Which, by the way, did I talk about that here? Because it's kind of it's a thing that's... I talk about a lot of things that are kind of like, can you talk about that? But the idea that, because I don't know if you remember before this shooting, before this latest shooting, there was that other shooting. You remember that other shooting? Right before, it was like days before this shooting. Remember it? Ah, you probably forgot. The shooting that was by the guy who wrote a manifesto about the Great Replacement theory. Yeah, and who was, you know, basically reiterating Tucker Carlson from Fox News in his manifesto, and then went in and killed a bunch of strangers because they were a different color, and he wanted to make sure that white people were the majority in this country, you know, even after he was dead, I guess, is the goal. I don't know. But if you remember that one, and you remember that the shooter was all about this Great Replacement theory, what I find interesting about that is that if these skinhead, racist, two-tooth fucks, you know, who now are wearing three-piece suits and speaking coded language, to quote West Wing, if these wannabe Klan members actually had a couple of neurons to fire and rub together for warmth in the winter, then if their concern was that non-white populations in America were going to outpopulate white populations in America, then you know what they could do in order to have the highest effect? To make sure that that black and Hispanic families and whoever else they decided is the problem, you know, because of the color of their skin today, you know what else? You know what they could do is they could make sure that those people have the most access to economic opportunity and to education, because that is the highest indicator of reduced family size across life, is more education. So, if their rhetoric weren't just code for we just don't like people who aren't our color, if it actually meant something, then what you would see them doing is trying to bring substantive aid to the currently minority populations, so that those populations don't grow at exponential rates. But of course, that's not actually their point, you know. That's just what they're saying today to justify getting together in a warehouse, and then when no one's around, you know, saying "gas the kikes, race war now," as we heard them chanting at Charlottesville, where there were all those good people on both sides, quoth the President of the United States of America. You know, the night before chanting "blood and soil," and then the day of chanting "gas the kikes, race war now." Good people on both sides, though, absolutely. You know, there's a guy who we should be making oil paintings of in Civil War outfit, you know, because he's really a... I mean, just depends on which side, I suppose, you're putting him on in that Civil War. It would apply, wouldn't it? Although I'm pretty sure most of the people from the Civil War were, you know, not lazy, shit-stained, daddy gave them money in order to make a steak company, never produced anything but sold their name to be put on things, and I'm pretty sure generals in the Civil War, at least, on both sides, you know, fought and worked for worked for a day in their fucking lives. Fuck, there it is again. I gotta... you just gotta cut right across it, I guess. Right strafe across that? I don't know. Are you pregnant, Pawn? No. Oh, that shooting. There's so many in USA. Easy to confuse them. Yeah, it's hard to remember all of them. This was the one in, I think it was Buffalo, New York? Was it Buffalo, New York? The one with the 100-page manifesto. That right before this latest shooting, we were all talking about how, wait a second, everything that caused this guy to take up a gun and murder strangers in a fucking grocery store, he learned from Fox News. Oh my god, these are Lindsey Graham's talking points. These are Ted Cruz's talking points. Remember, we were having a conversation about that, and then somebody with an AR-15 went in and killed some kids in a school, and then we stopped talking about that, started talking about gun control. That's probably the most fucked up thing that I've said all stream right there. But, you know, it's at a certain point, you really start wondering what is a conspiracy and what isn't a conspiracy, right? That they'd rather have us reflecting on how many different shootings there are than that a majority of the shootings at this point are from, you know, right-wing people who have heard what Alex Jones has to say, and who, you know, agree. Who have listened to the Republican representatives on the floor of the House, and who agree. That was bad. I needed to reset before I tried. Oh, damn. Well, at least we got the third one in. Good. Fuck. That was my fault. My lev taps. You know, I was just out of sequence for landing that one, and I kind of felt like I needed to there. So if you're pregnant, going to a school any day of the week, that could count as an abortion attempt. Oh, God. All right, so that's the worst thing that anyone in chat has said today. Hello, Find Any Key. I just said my worst thing, you just said yours. By worst, I don't mean, like, pointless. I just mean, yeah, that's dark. It's just dark. That's the Shiva coming out. Yeah, I heard somebody interviewed Ted Cruz and, you know, out of country, interviewed Ted Cruz and said, why do you think these kinds of things only happen in America? Like, why is it that it only happens in America? And his response was America's the greatest country in the world, safe. What are you talking about? We're the safest nation in the something. And so you just started saying things that, you know, are provably untrue. Like, the reason they're asking is because 45,000 people were killed with guns in this country last year. And, you know, in their countries, it was less than 45,000. It was less than a 3-digit number. Not anywhere near a 5-digit number. That's why they're asking, Tad. And then he didn't answer the question. He just refused to acknowledge the fact of the matter. That we have as many, like, public shootings as there are days in the fucking calendar year. And that we have tens of thousands of people being killed. Not killed and injured. 45,000, I believe, is the number of just deaths. We add in injuries, and holy shit, it's a big number. Just deaths, 45,000 American citizens. And when asked about it, one of the people who represents those American citizens says, you know, between claiming that it's the problem is too many doors, you know, his next comment is, it's not actually happening, I guess. Like, in fact, we have less violence here than other people have other places. Don't look at the numbers, please. I'll just act outraged. Okay, I fucked up this entrance and everything, but I know we're on a massive run right now. Try and slow down, be careful, and bring it in. Okay, that'll have to do. I just gotta land it and keep running. Shit, I'm gonna need some fucking lev to get out. This is awful. 1, 2, 3. Still could PB. We got it. Nope! Ah, oh, fuck. That was a lie. That one was so close that I couldn't tell whether we had it or not. Fuck me. Fuck me. I still don't have a good 2.9, and that 2.9 actually trying to put that method in on it just isn't working out for me. It's like never working out for me. I should just start running it. We were so close, and with decent time. Damn, that's frustrating. 2 more golds came out of that, though, and we're almost down to sub 115, 115.01 on the sum of best now. Ready to go 114 in the next gold. I think we need another live stream break. That's what we ought to do. Okay, just reseating my hand, pardon me. Yeah, that's why I'm reseating it. Having trouble getting these turnarounds. Need to get your mouse lower, or else you're not going to get the maximum out of it. Just like you didn't get the maximum out of it here. Okay. It's alright if you're a little slow through here, but this is a bit too slow. Fuck. I was too far back, I was too off on the corner, it was like, I just had to go for it and hope something happened. Fuck. You got in too close. That one's good. That gets me somewhere. Not all the wares, but some of them. You said you were just going to run this one, because it's not working. Alright, well, I'm running it now. Whether I wanted to or not. That'll do. Gets us in. Shit. Nope. We don't got it. That's fine, though. I wasn't loving that run anyway. Let's take a live stream break and come back one more time, because I'm now taking these to 210, like, one every 5th attempt or something like that. So we're on the verge that I'd like to step away and restore just a bit more before we carry on. So another 7 minutes here as we enter the 3.5th hour of the live stream. Stick with me across the 7-minute break. I'll meet you back here. Pawn not out. That's the outro, not the break screen. There you go. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul. Welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. That's why I was a couple of seconds late. I wanted to end on the song Crescendo. Yes, that's it. Believe me, as you believe the Republican Party, as well as just your government in general, about why they do the things that they do. It's not because they need money from rich people in order to get the popularity to get elected in order to serve the rich people who are in power in order to overthrow our government. No! It's because they wanted to crescendo on the song as they came back from the break. Believe me, because I say it's true a lot and loudly, and I've got a lot of money to continue getting platforms on which to say it, which I got from the rich people who I'm working for. Oh shit! I just gave away the game. Fuck. Welcome back to speedrunning Forest World and Clustertruck. Speedrunning just Forest World, just these 10 levels that we see on the screen there, on the green screen there, for a new PB in the segments. To complete these 10 levels as fast as I possibly can, using techniques like that for a 4.5 second clear, followed by a technique like this for a 5.2 second. See, I knew. I noticed, by the way, while watching my last stream that the live split and hotkey overlay is out of sync with the video, and that's because I've got a slight delay on the main video here, so that it will sync with my words and everything else. Like, it didn't work to sync the audio, it was the other direction that needed to go, so I intentionally desynced this, but what I need to do is create a whole nother scene, pack all of it into it, and then apply that time there. But I haven't done that yet, which means I think you're seeing my actions on the keyboard before I even do them. That's the kind of temporal technology that we have at the Ronan Pawn channel, and that is going to replace jobs near you soon with absolutely no plan for how you're going to be able to pay your bills as technology continues to make labor outmoded, but the money that we gain because now we don't have to, so it's cheaper, doesn't come back into our pockets, even though we're the people, and that's why that's the whole goal, was, so that we wouldn't have to be in the food, but it's going somewhere else. Where else I can't tell you because I'm busy waiting for the music to crescendo before I come back to the live stream. And maybe that's why nothing's changed, because I like to do that. I like to weave thoughts together in an esoteric way that's like, wait, what? How does, oh wait, no, okay, I kind of get that. Are these jokes landing? I don't know. As Bill Hicks, I dig a hole just to see if I can climb out of it. But yeah, since we have been talking about that, maybe I could show you a 5-page document I prepared outlining how the United States of America can eliminate poverty based on work I did directly. I actually went looking for after, and only recently, so it's like weeks after now. Have other people just done this math before? Because it's really obvious. It's right on the surface. You pull the U.S. Census and you work from the data, and it's not hard to do, and it's not hard math either. I'm doing simple math. I'm doing fucking division and multiplication, I'm not logarithming anything. And all of my math is built around trying to assume the worst case scenario, try and assume, and then come up with numbers based on bad assumptions and find out what it would cost and what the benefits would be. And then what I find out is that it wouldn't cost much and the benefits would be enormous, and my numbers are wrong and bad. Because they're assuming the worst, and there's great evidence to show that it won't cost that much, and it won't be as bad as those numbers are assuming. So maybe I could just show you guys that. That was only a 6-second clear, and I took it. Well, we're running. Everything else comes in. Yeah. Sure. Look at that. Catch those wheels, gives you an extra little boost. Some extra speed off of it. This is a real good throw. Mouse down, pawn. Oh shit. Telling yourself that as you enter a level where you don't even do that technique. Son of a bitch. Ronan Pawn, were you looking for some kind of feedback on that, or just people to read and muse? Really just to put it out there and And yeah, consider, I guess. I mean, I'm not looking for feedback on the document itself, how it can be improved. I just wanted the ideas forward on it. And I did say I'd show it. No, we'll keep going. Like, we'll celebrate with that when we get to PB, or maybe just in a minute here. But I want to keep running right now. But, yeah, generally speaking, my findings are that at the minimum, and this is the thing too, this is part of it, is that I assumed a situation where you don't just, like, give every individual enough money to individually be above the poverty line. You actually break it down for households. Because that's how poverty is established by the U.S. federal government, is by household. What's the rate of household poverty? It's not every individual living in the house. It's, if there's one person in the house, then poverty line is 13,000 and something. Wow, just barely missed that. If there's two, it goes up by like 4,500 or something along those lines for each person after that. So, based on a household estimation, what you end up with is, wow, we only need $4,500 for this and that and the other thing. And then my estimate is based off of the assumption that every single person in the household will need the full, value of their need, which is not the way things are, because if it was the way things are, then people would be living on salaries right now with like 4 people in their household that would have to be equivalent to $6,000. It's a kind of a ridiculous thing that I put forward just to show how even when we're doing these ridiculous estimations, we come back with numbers and figures that make it seem entirely viable to do what we know we should do if we are decent, moral human beings. That's what I've been needing to do. Oh shit, I'm out of lev. And out of sequence with the level because of that, so maybe that's not what I've been needing to do on 2.5, but avoiding that RNG truck clusterfuck that happens in this middle of this level while you're trying to run it. It's easy to fix the U.S. economy, just have to survive all the assassination attempts that fixing it would cause. Yeah. Highly recommend, if you haven't seen it in a while, or if you've never seen it, you got to go watch a movie called Bulworth. It's a slow starter, okay? The editing is very, like, I'm surprised that they let it out of the editing booth the way that it is, but I think they wanted a certain pace, and they chose it, and they did it. And so it is a bit of a slow starter, and then it takes its time in between, and you're kind of waiting for the next time that they do the next really cool thing. But my god, to watch a movie that's like from the early 90s, I think, maybe 94 or something like that, and everything that they're talking about and everything that's relevant in that film is perfectly relevant today. Nothing has changed, nothing has improved. Everything that they say in that movie about the state of the economy, about who's in control, about how politics work, and what needs to happen to fix it is entirely true. And I'm going to go ahead and give you a spoiler here. No, I'm not. I won't give you the spoiler. But you got to see that movie. You got to see that movie. And it's fun, too. It's based around the premise of a congressman. Hit up and over. Gonna have to drop a truck. Didn't have the lev to get across that, so I was praying. But the Lord was not with me on that one. Based around the concept of a congressman who, having participated in the system for so long, accomplished nothing, and feels like his life is a waste, decides to commit suicide. And the way that he's going to commit suicide, because he doesn't want his family to be left without anything after he's gone, is he hires someone to assassinate him. He hires someone to kill him. Well, he's on the campaign trail for re-election. And so you're watching this guy out there, kind of waiting for the shoe to drop, but it's the choice that he's made and what he wants. And at some point, I think he hits his head, and there's also like a magical Negro. I'm just gonna say it. There is absolutely in this movie the cinema trope of the magical Negro. There's a guy that he runs into, homeless dude, says some words to him that you end up like realizing is a little bit of magic and setting us up for the rest of the film and that kind of a thing. And basically he ends up just rapping. He hasn't been able to sleep all this time, so there's also like a decent, less weird, magical Negro reason for the rolling out of it. But he's just, he's kind of going mad. He knows he's about to die, and he starts rapping. So you got this, white, conservative-looking, even though, I don't know. It's hard to tell in the movie what he would be, because conservative and democratic, or conservative and liberal politics are so hard to, tell the difference from as time goes on. And even back in the 90s, the pull to the middle from the Democrats was very much in effect. So I think he's supposed to be a Democratic senator, or congressperson, I'm not sure. House representative, or I'm not sure if it's House or Senate. I think it's, that's why I say congressperson, I'm not making a mistake. How many years could Twitter's buyout cover that scheme of yours? What scheme? Oh, to fund the elimination of poverty in the American populace? Well, I notice, who is it? Lava Lamp says about 2 months. It's 200 billion. It's 200 billion in the first year. Probably less, actually. Probably closer to 180 billion. But my overestimates put it at 220 by my math, so I assume that it's too much, and it's probably going to be between 180 and 200 in the first year. And then I assume that as as it rolls out, that more people will actually take advantage of it, and some people will get into, they'll cook their lives a little bit because they're so close to the poverty line that they'd rather not work as hard, kind of a deal. Like, I acknowledge that there will be in any system, there will be people there to attempt to defraud it. I just don't acknowledge that number is substantial or significant when compared against the undeniable moral, economic, and every other type of good that you're doing with this kind of a program. But so I think the costs increase. I think the maximum that they could possibly increase to is $260 billion. And those costs then need to be weighed against the economic benefits and the reduction of bloat and cost in our current systems of welfare. Because if you're just remunerating, straight up giving people the money that they need in order to come out of the poverty class, there we go, then you suddenly have a much reduced, if at all, need for a whole bunch of different government programs that currently, handle one facet or another of poverty. Damn it. Almost. That's the one, and that's the way that I always did it. Okay. I'll run it, even though it's a loss of 4 seconds or something. And then this was not helpful at all. And then I'm just going to run 1-9. Fuck it. Come in. Reset. Turn around. Throw. Barely. Barely, but in. 1.7 seconds off due to the losses of 2-7. But, not bad. I mean, there's losses after that, too, but we could have PB'd without all the losses in 2-7. Honestly, your document is a less effective, more bureaucratic version of UBI, plus more progressive income tax, but I suppose it could be a step on the road towards that, much like Medicare isn't as good as universal health care, but it's what could get passed. Yeah. And that's kind of how I view it, too. These are the things that we should do. Part of, me creating the document and suggesting it and pulling it down to, including, household income. Once we get into household poverty instead of individual poverty, then it's not like UBI at all, because UBI would be like every person of working age should have this much money, just give them to them. But yeah, it is very much like a portion of it is just to say, just to be able to show this is a thing that we could be doing right now that we could have been doing for a very long time, and it would be showing gains right now. It wouldn't actually be costing us money, it would be making us money. The increases to GDP, the increases in education, the reduction of cost in other sectors, the increased spending of people in the workforce, the generational gains of children who grew up in a just barely lower class home instead of a welfare home means that they had increased availability for income opportunity in their lives, as well as increased education. It all like snowballs and manifests and creates a better country and a better world. And we could be doing this version, which is a paltry, mediocre estimation of a much larger program that we could be doing. So a part of it is very much just to kind of say, see this? If you don't want to do that, you could be doing this. You just don't want to do anything, To be able to kind of point and say, well, there's your problem, huh? You just don't care. The people I'm talking about aren't on your love list. You don't give a fuck. You've got to maintain a philosophy internally that justifies your massive wealth while other people are suffering out there, and that's to blame them for their own lots in life when you're the ones creating their lots in life, but you need that as a justification. So now here we are. That's kind of part of, it makes me feel better anyway about that. Don't forget to reset the timer. Isn't the U.S. military kind of a poverty aid program, healthcare and education for the whole family? Kinda, yeah. A lot of complaints from that, or about that from Black America, because it's like the only access to aid, education, and everything else is to, have to serve in the military in a be willing to kill people way. And, that just means that the same population that was oppressed for all of those years is now being asked to put their literal lives on the line in order to receive equality that they still haven't gotten. But yeah, that's absolutely the case. Go into the military. This is our best plan for you. And since it is the people in poverty, and the people in poverty tend to be of color in this country, it means that we've got we've got a situation like World War II and stuff, where black people were just, the black soldiers were put out in front of the tanks because the tanks are expensive. Black lives are cheap. Oh, that was perfect. That doesn't work. It's too low. Damn it. And now it's over, even when I get it. Ooh, just barely, huh, buddy? You think you're just gonna run this one? Apparently. And not even gonna, run it well, huh? Probably not. Run it in a way that I think I can bring it in with some consistency, because consistency is what's been lacking. Not high enough! Close but no cigar. The military is government funded, so could just give aid without the requirement to kill. And that's another thing that in the past I've joined on board with to say, yeah, that's not... I am not opposed to the idea of having mandatory military service, but here's the thing, it's got to be mandatory military service. And you don't get to get out of it because your daddy owns a big company. I don't want an unequal setup like that. And if it is mandatory military service, then yes, you need to have mandatory military service in the sense that you don't have to, you can object to being somebody who carries a gun and kills other people because the CIA fucked up their operations to overthrow that government's democracy and install a dictator, or whatever's going on today. You need to have, the ability to not... Oh, shit. Okay. I did pick the speed back up. I might be going too fast for the level, though, and I'm out of lev because of all that work I had to do. Another gold on 2-4 brings us sub 115 in the sum of best. Or at least I think it does, because if it went below that before, I didn't notice. I'm noticing it now. We are now sub 115. We are 114.96 in the sum of best. Hoorah. Carry on. But yeah, I'm open to the idea of mandatory military service, and if that military service is remunerated the way that military personnel are remunerated. Hey, here's an idea. What if there's a mandatory military service, and you know, what you can volunteer for is not to be part of combat troops in the Army or the Navy or the other thing, but what if there's some kind of, I don't know, like, local force of military-trained people, you know, they're still going to receive the training kind of a deal, but at the end of the day, what you're doing, see, what you're doing is actually serving the communities that are here in America by, you know, whatever would benefit. On that day, at that time, in that city, you know, as it has need, if you're just there to help, you're a labor force. It's technically military, but, you know, the job is actually just kind of, you know, social work. Is being available to help with the problems. Too low. Too something. Yeah, I don't know if I can pull it back. I pulled it back, but it's the long way around, and I don't know that it helps us in the speed run. You know, we keep running it when we get to that point and get out in 3, just for the additional experience. But you can also see how I kind of give up at that point. Hit! Wow, that was incredibly sloppy and slow. I'm not going to take it. I was just surprised that it came in at all. That also was bad, but it was more the fault of the level, giving me weird truck loading issues. But yeah, I draw a comparison in that document directly to the military, you know, military wages. Because the Department of Defense, at least in, I think, 2019 or something like that, the Department of Defense's budget for just paying, you know, servicemen, just paying everybody to be in the military was $260 billion. So, you know, it's a number that we already do for military personnel. And I'm saying, do it again. I'd love it if you got the money from the rich people, but honestly, I don't care where you get the money from. I don't care if you don't got the money, if you just go into debt for it, because in a couple of years of running it, you're going to be saving money. You're going to be making money for the country. It's an investment in the future of American citizens that results in all good things. All things being moderately better. And, you know, the rest of the world doesn't look at us like fucking heathens and barbarians as much anymore. I mean, they will. And they'll still be right. But, you know, there will be less of a good reason. We've at least eliminated poverty here. You know, we've at least done that. That smallest of things that we could do for an incredibly cheap price that actually benefits us all in the long run. We've at least done that. Decided to stop shooting ourselves in the foot every year, since we're down to just a nub of an ankle at this point. Reninja, I'm fun to have in the background as noise when you're doing something tedious. Well, we're both doing something tedious then, aren't we? Boom! Yeah, it's too high, it's too slow, I don't want it. I could have forced it down, I didn't even try. I don't want it. Put me in. Put me in, coach. Send me in. There you go. Now, it's super fast, but it's still got that too much of an angle. That's good. It's in for the 4-5, and then I do that and fuck it up. And I don't want to leave time on 2-2 anymore. Yesterday, we were willing to leave time on 2-2, because I was having trouble with it. Now, I'm having more trouble with 2-1 than 2-2. But both of them are, you know, pretty goddamn consistent for what I'm asking. And I'm throwing away a lot of stuff that could work if I didn't demand to have it in a 5.2 second or better kind of a time. Oh, and you learn things. You learn things. I'm sorry, I was confused about what I was seeing in chat there. What's a ting? Oh, tings, right. You learn tings. We're all learning tings all the time. That doesn't work, because time starts with, and it's got all of the letters in it. There's no H to shit. Wait, I can do it. The other day I was cooking with thyme. And oregano. See? See? I can do it too. Remove the H. What's your problem? I don't know. But I scheduled a doctor's appointment today. First time I'll have been to a doctor in 5-6 years or something, despite the fact that I have a chronic condition that is undiagnosed. I don't want to waste my time on doctors who have no idea. I didn't want to waste my time on doctors who have no idea about my condition. My condition is very little known. I mean, it's very well known, heard of, but there's very little known of it. Most doctors have to fucking look up, like, what's being recommended at this point, because they don't have a good idea of causes, and they don't have any treatments. So it seemed like a bit of a waste, but at this point, having had some go to the hospital kind of issues, I feel the need to start developing the kind of medical records shit that I'm going to need. I just wrote it out. I didn't want to reset on it. Start developing the kind of... Oh, good night, Lava Lamp. The kind of medical records that I'm going to need to be able to apply for Social Security disability income at some point in my life. And it's, I think, at the best of times, an average of a 2-year process to apply. And you have to bring in a shit ton of documents and proof of 1,000 different things from 1,000 different people. They're going to, by default, deny your application. And isn't that great when you've got a court system that operates like that? You know, people who are making judgments about people's health and welfare, and the system is set up to, step 1, deny, step 2, in appeal, consider. But that is the process. So I'm actually going to go to a doctor, and hopefully, I don't know, she'll prescribe me some Xanax or something just so that I can have it around in case I start having panic attacks, because that's what we went to the hospital for, and it was a panic attack and a half. It was something very special. I've had panic attacks before. They're in my family. This one was something unique. Like, I know how to cope and deal with a panic attack. I couldn't cope or deal with this thing. It left me scarred, PTSD. Okay, that's the second try. And it's in. So we gotta run on it. Shit. You just wasted 1.2 seconds starting to run there instead of doing what you need to do. And you didn't land that the way that you need to, and now you're way out here. We're in anyway. Okay, do this then. But get it this time. Get it right to where it sends you all the way out. That's pretty good. Yep. Okay. Oh, shit. No! What are you doing? I forgot. It's been a long December.
Run faster, jump higher.
And there's reason to believe that we can match my old PB.
You can't buy me higher.
Finally on attempt 1,041 Ronan P. Envoy _HF Ronan PA1 Ronan PA2 Ronan P. Envoy.
P. Envoy indeed. Thank you, little magnets, for the 100-bit cheer. And yeah, that's not... I don't count that as a PB. Sum of best down to 114.62 after another gold in 2.9, though. 130.65 by the RTA. It's a nice run. I'll run against it now, because now it's our PB, so now we're going to have... You're not going to see as much green in there, but till I guess the latter half kind of a deal, but we're still running. I'm not accepting a PB of 0.0 seconds. You know, once you do the video analysis of the footage, it might technically not even be a PB, because it will be down to hundredths of a second, maybe tenths. Is this a tied BP, or like PB, or like recent PB? What do you mean? Wait a second. So I mean, that was just tying the old PB from back in the day. But the 0.0 means that at a 0.01 scale, I did it faster than I'd done it before. And I've thrown away a bunch of them. I've thrown away a bunch of runs that I could have done that on already, because I didn't want it. But I didn't throw that one away, so now we're in. But my personal best in this level Like, we can bring it down by 4 seconds. 4 seconds should be easy. I mean, as easy as these 2 days worth of grinding the level over and over are. But in terms of grinding segments and that kind of a thing, and the level of the game that we're playing at right now, easy relatively speaking. Like, there's, by our sum of best, there's over 10 seconds of time saved. 4 of those 10 is totally gettable. I will accept 3 point something at this point. Alright, you gotta pull it back now. Yeah, and the level needs to not eat my first jump like that. Yeah, pay attention. What's going wrong on 2-1 here? Doing the pop, you're coming in, you're throwing it at the right spot. What's going wrong? Speed? Speed is off? Not close enough? Not sure exactly. It's a little too close. I can't believe it worked. I'd almost run on it just for the incredulousness of it. Ah, that was a good one. So it hits the fence. Something broke in me that I can't get one out of 2-1. It'll come back. You just fall off and then you get back on, and you fall off and you get back on. In a full run, that'd be perfectly viable. I would take it to goal happily and carry on running. Segment, I need a 5-second clear. Or less, you know. 5.2 or less is what I'd like to see. And I know I can get it. Consistently, too. As soon as my hands stop doing whatever it is that they're doing. There's that 5.2. And then the fucking game stuttered and the mouse didn't turn, and then we're losing time here. Alright, not doing that. Come on. Get one started. I suppose what I need to do is start talking about something again. Get my mind off of it, because otherwise if I'm just staring here at the continuous failure, then it'll just continue frustrating me and make me play even worse as we go. I need to come in at a harsher angle so that I'm closer to the spot when I throw. I can see that. There you go. Okay, that'll do. Damn it. I took the extra time to set it up. We still didn't get like one of the really good ones. That was a little paused early on that one, which is why we don't have everything I want. That was weird. How was that sound? I guess something hitting the goal plane after I'd cleared it. 1, 2, 3. In. I forgot what 2-6 was, and then that's why it looks like this right now. I was thinking it was this one. Come on. No, don't give me an extra fucking hop. Fucking up my 2-7 game. Boom. And we reset. But I wanted the clear. That's slow, but it'll do. For the 5-2. I'd prefer a 4-5. Make no mistake. But I will run on the other. And don't worry about, you know, red in the splits now. We lose most of our time in this run later in the run. We can pick it all back up. Don't go under. It's just flexing. Oh, that's a very good one of these. Hit 2-7. It's not enough. I need the height too. There's the height. Okay, second try. I think that's better than what we did in PB. That's a good throw. Fuck. You did that bad, pawn. Yes, it did. And you're just gonna run this, right? But didn't I get a... You golded on this one by doing the other method last time, so you're gonna lose time by just running it. I forgot! And then they ghost hovered me over the next one. Damn it. Alright. We'll save it. We'll save the time. You still know. There's the same 4 seconds there that there was before. I mean, there's the same 6 seconds. We've been into 1-6 with 6 seconds time saved before. Shoot. That was bad. I usually go that side of that tree. Or right strafe that in. It's a good one of these. I said don't go under, you're just flexing. Oh, that's brilliant. That could be gold. First try 2-7. We're on. We gotta run. Okay, yeah. Fuck! Alright, no. I've still got it. I don't got it. Fuck! That truck just needed to catch me on the side. It would have been okay. Damn. Hello, Chief Societo. Wait, no. Howdy, Chief. Yeah, hi. How you doing? For your speed run, your record in Forest was 1 minute 31, but you just did a 1:36.5 RTA. Don't know what you got IGT. Are you looking at no ability or any percent? Let's go look. Let's pull it up. I should have this up already. Anyway, so games, Clustertruck, any percent leaderboards, Forest. Any percent Forest, 126.08 IGT is what I've currently got on the Forest any percent leaderboards, and what we're showing here is 125.8 on at the bottom there, above the bottom, but the bottom. So that's what we're running against. Been a long time since I watched some Clustertruck. Like the look of the new to me windscreen pause jumps. Seems like some cool tech. Yeah, me too. That's all the same things. We are in exactly the same situation there, and they are very powerful, especially in like consistency. In any percent, to be able to, you know, clear these levels in a way that you can have some confidence is going to come in every time. Instead of having to hope that you get a good hit like that through 2-2, but also it's not low enough that you die. And all you gotta do is actually pause at the right frame. Fuck. So it's real consistent. I was just bringing that in for a landing. Trying out some Kerbal Space Program tech I want to try later. It's a perfect moon landing is what that was. You know? High speed, instant touchdown. 5.6 is awful. Like, I haven't been accepting better or worse than a 5.3 lately, and I just accepted it there, so, yeah. I wanted the tires and it didn't give them to me. Get a good one here. God damn it. My pause timing. Such a twitchy little thing. So we just want to get a nice 4.5 second out of 2-1. We can and have gotten clears that fast and faster. There's a 4.5. Oh my god. Ha! Followed by that. This is one of the best starts we're ever gonna get. And I got the 2-3 with the full velocity. Or near it. That'll do. It's not great. But it'll get us there. Wish I wouldn't have spent so much time setting it up if that's all we were gonna get. Shit! We're fine. I'm a god. I'm an amazing speedrunner. Don't worry about it. Nope. Alright, well there's time loss. There's all the time saved, though. Get out of that tree. Alright, one more touchdown and then just lev out. Fuck that tree! And then I didn't get it anyway. Should have just run it. That's why we started running it instead of doing it this way. Okay, kill me in midair then. Fuck. For a quarter of a second, we had some kind of a run going. It wasn't a great one though. 1 minute 25:06 IGT is what? Unless the timer doesn't always count correctly. I didn't count frames. Huh? What are you saying? I count frames every day. Maybe not every day, but like a lot of the every days. Like a lot of them. Fuck. Alright. I don't know if you know this. This is Reninja. But on level 2-6, says Reninja. Messages coming in by telegram. Stop. I don't know if you know this. Stop. But on 2-6, stop. There you go. Didn't get it, and took a little bit too much time setting it up. Wow. I could have just as easily been dead there. I was on the edge of whether or not the game lets me survive it, I think. All this is awful. Did that to try and get some forward velocity out of it, but I don't think this is the run. I think it's dead at this point. Alright. I'm pretty sure I can float this in. I'm wrong. Jesus. It's weird. It seems like on 2.7 the lev just goes quicker than on other levels. I don't know. It's your fastest time on the second world, says Reninja. It's what's up there. At least in any percent, which would be my fastest time. We just did it recently, and it's where 210 is shown in the splitter up there, 125.8, that's my full run time. Oh, that was so good! Except for being low. Otherwise, had all the speed, it had the directionality, I loved it. Just like I love that one for 4.7 to start, followed by not getting anything out of 2.2. Bastard 2.2. That's brilliant. Click the button. It's awful. So slow. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're having power flickery outages right now. And, my UPS just kicked in for a moment, and then kicked off, I think. My uninterruptible power supply. You can't interrupt my power. Okay, they're interrupting my power. You see the lights flickering? It's kicking on and off. Oh, Jesus, it's flickering. On 2.10, the live stream cuts off dead. Damn. That second one was maybe viable, but not in the way we need it. Yeah, that's a no. Now you're playing with Power McFly! Says Electrical 34. How exactly right? Only 2 people submitted for 2.6 any percent. Maybe I'll play for the first time and submit so I could be third. Oh, you mean on the category extensions leaderboard? Just for 2.6? Yeah, I'd like to do some IL running for you know, using these techniques and stuff. I mean, we're still trying to, as a community, finally fully populate that thing. The CE. And then we'd have like a nice sort of hypothetical fastest possible time. But until it is fully populated, we just don't have. Don't go under. It's a flex. That'll do. You can go under here. It's not a flex. That's good. That's ridiculous, man. If I were coming through there in another way, it wouldn't kill me there. It's like, I swear that terrain is not that high except under that circumstance. Srastes 667, Ronan Pawn 7417, Lava Lamp 20 minutes 14, Lava Lamp 20 minutes 18 seconds 452 milliseconds. That'd be good. As long as you show that you had the intention of completing the level as fast as you possibly could, they have to accept it. Those are the rules. I know because I administrate them. I enforce them. I'm the enforcer. Fuck. I hate it when that happens, and then I have to blame myself because you just need to step back a little bit. Trying to do it too fast. Yeah, no. Never getting down from that. Holy shit, that was a good one. I mean, we've done it faster at 4.5, but that was so low. It's just extra impressive because of the visual. You did it again. You're too close, and you don't just step back like you could. You just try and force it. Step back if you're there. That's all you gotta do. Tap the fucking S key. No, sir. NA should probably count for any percent. It does if you submit it, is the thing. I think. Yeah. Yeah. I've submitted, you know, stuff that was one category to the other category kind of a thing, so long as it's valid for that category, so I'm pretty sure that CE doesn't have... I mean, it's not my board. I don't administrate there. I administrate the main board for Clustertruck Speedrunner, but I don't believe that they would have any rules against submitting a no ability for an any percent, maybe if it's not competitive. I don't know. I guess that is an issue that somebody would have to talk about. 1, 2, 3. You didn't swagger. Good. You were still close to it, and you still, like, decided not to just take the step back. What's wrong with you? First try. Nice 2.7 here. Beautiful 2.8. That's huge. The angle on that is as good as it gets, I think. And now I'm just gonna run it. Fuck. I'm just gonna run it for the consistency. See all the consistency I'm getting because I ran it instead of trying a method. Fuck. 2, 3. Ready for 210. Nope. Nope. And then the mouse didn't turn, didn't reset, and that 210 fucked me. We've come into 210 and gotten it every time, first time, too many times in a row for this to suddenly be a problem. Fuck. That's the time save I'm looking for, though. We almost did it. And you see what I'm talking about in terms of don't worry about the red up front, because we got so much time to save from 2.7 to 2.8 and so on. All I had to do was turn around, hit that 210, we would have been 3 seconds. We would have had a 3-second PB, and that's what I want. I want a 4-second PB, but I'll take a 2-second. Reset it. Keep going. Your tie, Ronan Pawn, is the same for 4 categories. Yeah. I did a number of things where I didn't jump and just threw a portable truck and didn't use levitation, which meant any percent, I can do all of that if I want to. No move, I can only use, or I can't use levitation, I can only use the portable truck, so it's valid there. Jumpless, if I didn't jump, then we're good there as well. And then, what else? No utility. No utility is the one I didn't mention, right? Wait, but it wouldn't be valid in no utility if... Whatever. I did a jumpless, any percent, no move. I don't know. I'm confused now. I can't remember what are the levels. Any percent, no ability, no utility, and no move. Okay, so no ability. No ability. Oh, right, you're looking at that one time I've got. Which is fucking, is it 810? That was bad. You needed to step back, I keep telling you. So many things I have to keep telling myself. Step back if you're too close, and then step forward and hit it. It'll be more consistent. You'll, on average, get more out of it, even though you didn't get it here. Yeah, 810, I just figured out, like, the absolute best no ability movement, and that wouldn't beat any percent, though. No, so it must be some other level. I'm confused. Don't listen to me. Hit the wheels, it'll make you go even faster. Mouse down more and step further into the windshield. Look at that. No, fuck. Okay. I'll have to do the super fast version of 1.5. I don't know what the super fast version of 1.5 or 2.5 is, so I just did that, and it got me killed. Get off my grits! Subscribe for 4 months. Thank you very much, get off my grits. Incidentally, despite the fact that you've been paying me for 4 months, I will be on whatever grit, wherever the hell I want to be. It's my country. I don't care what the government says. It's of the people, by the people, for the people. What? I don't know. PPTB percent, that's the one. Low, that's the one that I was forgetting. PPTB percent, which is paused portable truck boost percent. So if you do a run where you just run, don't jump, or you just turn around, throw a portable truck at a wall, pause the game, unpause the game, and it's valid for pause portable truck boost, any percent, no utility, no utility, and something. Still confused. Back to lurking? Alright, thank you very much. Get off my grits. 5.3. That's awful, but we take it, because it keeps us running. There's a lot of time to be saved, and that setup took too long and didn't come in, so, ugh. If the setup takes long, but you get it, then it balances out. If you get a crappy one, but you got a quick setup, then it balances out. If you get a crappy one and the setup took long, and you're just throwing time away. Hey! That'll work. It's not great, but it's not bad. Just barely slipped through there. That was very good. Quick setup, and I got a lot of it. This isn't all of it. Make no mistake, but it was a lot of it. I wanted this truck instead. I didn't like the front of that truck. It's looking like somebody hasn't cleaned the bird shit off of it in a while, so I was like, I'll take this one instead, thank you very much. I don't know why I'm still running this with that kind of time loss. Oh, but that was perfect. Yeah, fuck it. I already had so much time lost there, it would just would have been like, yay, we got a PB, and I still need to keep running because I don't want that time loss. In Steampunk, you have records that span any percent no-move, jumpless, and PPTB. Thank you. Any percent no-move, jumpless, PPTB. Those are the 4. And I saw that somebody came in and beat my, like, 1.0 second clear, like, one of my turnaround, willy-nilly throw a truck at a wall clears of one of those Worlds in Ancient where you can do that. Somebody beat it, and I think it is the faster one. I think it's the 1.0 second one, which is, like, why'd you even have to try? Damn it, come on. Leave me that. Okay, both of those were good. And that's, you know, viable. That's very good. I heard the double whiff. Whoosh, whoosh. Now we're into 2.5. I'm going to take a big jump there, so no matter what the trucks are doing, I can land over them. And then in front of you, just need to actually fucking touch down on it, go under it. We were actually green in the first half. We could stay green in the first half. The last half is going to end up with a 6-second time save. Bearing in mind I've never played this game, I watched Emily Saylor's 1 minute 6 second forest record, and to me it seems like their movement was okay, but they really fucking nailed those PPTBs, like crazy speed and right on target. The main thing with Emily seemed to me to be, while I was reviewing it, her setups for all this is just, she gets it done in less than a second. She gets out on the front of these trucks and does my little turnaround. She's doing it in 1 second. I'm doing it in an average like 2.5 seconds. But if I try and speed it up, we'll just get that much less consistent at it. We'll never get anywhere near a PPTB. I'd have to train it for a while to match her speed at getting this thing off. Ah, that fucking tree. I didn't even see it. It blended in. Damn it. Emily's really good at movement. Is she? I think both Emily and Wolfie have to be really good at movement, yeah. Yeah. It's, now that we got these methods, it's like hard to tell who's good at the game anymore, you know? Like in a year from now, the people with the highest times, if they've changed, which they probably won't, and Wolfie and Emily will probably still be playing. But, like, I'm saying if there were a new generation of speedrunners to come into this game who started with these methods, we'd have no idea, like, they'd never even learn how to run the game. Unless they chose to play no ability or something like that. Like, if you're just working any percent and no move or something like that where you can still use the truck and whatnot, the number of skips and boosts available to you means that you don't really need to learn the RNG of the level, what the trucks do, develop routing. You can just get good at these couple of methods. You need your mouse down more. Your mouse down more on that one, and maybe a little bit, maybe a frame later on the pause too. I just have to keep reminding myself, I have a very certain thing that feels perfectly natural when I do it, and that thing doesn't work well. So I'm fighting what feels natural every time I do one of these, to try and do it the way that I know actually will work. Fuck. Well, that's time loss. You see that? Like, I need to be here, walking into it, mouse good and down, holding down the... Wow, none of those came in. Damn. Well, alright, I don't know what I was doing wrong there, because I was pretty sure I was correcting it, and it turns out I wasn't. Fuck. It's a little bit too in, buddy. Went in a bit too hard. But yeah, there's a reason why when I first started learning this, we tried an any percent run. and or like a full game run using this method. And there's a whoa, would have been good if that tree wasn't there. And there's a reason why I was losing time doing this method on so many different levels. Knowing the movement for a no ability run, bringing that into any percent, gives you a lot of super consistent speed that other people have to rely on a trick to get. And if you can come in with the kind of no ability movement skill and learn a bevy of tricks, then you can fake being a really good any percent runner, which is what I did. When I first ran it and pulled it down to 1705, which was 5th rank when I did it, and it's now 10th. Yeah, that was very wrong in that approach. Playing a deathless Clustertruck should be the entry fee to speedrunning. That's a high entry fee. Because even if you're, like, we'd have to count resets as deaths, too, and there's certain times where it's like, I didn't get that thing, so I'm just gonna take the reset. That was awful. See if we can get this one. Fuck! Why am I not able to do this now? Like, this is the level. This is the one that's fucked me 6 times in a row with nothing. There's 7. There's 8. And that's it. Like, and it's not all of it, it's not the good one. But, fuck, what the hell's going on 2-4 all of a sudden? What am I doing to fuck 2-4 up all of a sudden, is what I mean. No. Nice. Didn't even lev. Alright, high and slow, butt in. I think I must be pausing at the wrong time or something like that. This one came in, though. And this one came in. Again, not the best version I can have of it, but it came in. Fuck, that's the problem. That's why you want to take a long jump there, just to try and not get fucked like that. If you take a 0.2 second loss, to avoid not getting fucked like that. Coming out the other side without a time loss, but without a time gain. Why is the timer not accurate? What timer? This one that it's starting late and stuff, I mentioned that earlier anyways, that my my overlay, you'll also notice that my keys are like ahead of me actually doing the thing that is being done in the game. And I've got a delay on my main video feed that isn't across those because they're coming from a different like input source in OBS. But that's why. Damn it! I wanted the wheels. Once I couldn't have the wheels anymore, I just didn't want to touch it at all. Yeah. Is that what you meant, or what do you mean? The in-game timer is not accurate when you time the frames in the video. Oh yeah, that's what. Okay, I missed that part of the conversation that you're having with Lolo. It's very close. It's very close, and the other thing is, it might be accurate. You know, like I acknowledge the possibility that the most accurate thing that we could trust is the auto splitter that we've got here for IGT. The problem is, like, we would be fundamentally trusting a piece of software that's on somebody else's computer, running as it runs, and if there is a slight difference in how it runs on one person's computer to the next, it'd be incredibly difficult to observe. And what we can do, and have a consistency of method, and hold everybody to the same standard, is say, we use the frames of the video because that's the evidence that you've provided, and that's the evidence that we have of the run, of what happened. You know, we work off of the evidence. But the IGT timer for the game is very good, and in a lot of circumstances, we do just verify the runner's submitted IGT. So long as they're not too close to another runner in their time, or if the run is a bit down rank kind of thing. It's not competitive for top ranks and whatever the segment are, whatever top ranks qualify for as in the segment. If that's the case, and for our own sanity and how much labor it takes to verify these runs, we happily accept IGC. It's very close to accurate, if not more accurate. But we got to have a method that's reproducible, observable. Another person can come in, scientific method it, and say, yes, you are correct in how you did this. And that is by frame of the footage. Fuck. Okay, we're running this in a very old school way. Shit, I forgot 2.7. And now we're on a dead run. What is it that I'm doing wrong there? I had to keep doing it until I figured out what I was doing wrong. Ooh, we got another gold on 2.4. The hell is 2.4? I don't know. Why would I have golded it? Okay, but I guess I just got a really good something. I don't know. Talking about the timer in the lower right corner. Oh, you mean that one? Ah, see? I need to observe all of chat, not just 2 of the several sentences. Yeah, that timer actually starts, so that timer starts when I double click. Like, when I click the play button, that timer started when I click the play button. But then there are frames of loading time before the screen even loads in, and then frames where it's dropping you in. So by the time you see that thing, it's saying that there were 0.6, but it's not based on how much time you've been able to play the game. It's based on since you pressed the play button. Or double-click to the level. I can't accept these crappy things at this point. I don't need to, you know? We can get better ones, like that. Fuck. When I get to 4.5, I just need a shitty one from 2.2, and I'll be happy to run on. Just give me anything out of 2.2 when I get to 4.5. Damn. Nope. It's gonna be stuck in midair too long. As is this one, but maybe I'll follow it down for a 5.3. That's the maximum that I'm willing to take at this point. Okay. Decent. Can I hit the top of this? It didn't help. Maybe I should stop even going for it. And this didn't work either, so I'm just going to go back down, try and get in the thick of it, and run it out. Okay, that wasn't good. Didn't get any speed off of it. 2, 3, 4. Wow, that was real close to not working. There you go. It's fine. Not all of it, but it's enough. And 2.7. Ah, that felt really good. This one's too shallow. So close. Look at how I'm under the screen. Now that I'm dead, I'm under the goal plane. Low, take a pop, right strafe in, straight in. This'll do. That's okay. I got the double sounds out of it. 7.6, not horrible for what that method's been bringing in. This sucked. Fuck, that's not what you do on this level. I started to turn around for it. Okay, fucking everything up, huh? Well, then this is probably PB, right? That was an incredible 2.6. Too close. I got too close to the wall. And that one was perfect, by the way. That was just RNG that the game decided. Nope, fucking. Alright, start again. Damn, that's so good. The amount of speed that just kicks off of that. It's only a 5.2 because I couldn't get it down. And because I was still struggling to get it down, I was nowhere near the level complete button when I got to it. That's nice. Don't hit any trucks, just go to goal. There's 7-4. That's also nice. Going under, though. Just a swagger. And we got a good load of this level, but what am I going to do with it? You went under like I told you not to. It's all swagger. Oh, shit. That felt really awkward, but it came in. Damn it. There it is on the second try, but I can't pull it back. It was too far. To the right. Fuck you, 2-7. There was like 2 of them that were viable except for by angle, and there's only so much control I have over the angle. You know, there's some RNG in the way the truck spawns coming out of the thing. Yeah, at 2-6 we managed to pull that back to green, and that's really all I'd like to do. You know, if I can just be even with the run at that point, that's amazing. Kind of insane, by the way. There are only really 4 streamers I watch on Twitch, and they're all streaming at the same time. 2 at the same time is rare. Well, pull us up in one of those multi-Twitch things. Watch us all at once. You know, not the one that Twitch has, but the one that's off-site where you can just match 4 streams together. You get the bandwidth for that? Oh. Beautiful. Not so beautiful, but viable. Wow, 6 seconds out of that? Yeah. Beautiful throw here, though. Just 3 to get out is a good hit off of that. You need your mouse lower. Fuck. Ah, fuck. I thought I was in the wrong sequence there. Holy! I'll take it. I got fucking warp line speed off of that. It's not what I intend, and then I forgot what I was doing in here because I was so... Wow! Yeah. Ugh. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. That's not. You need to stop fucking this one up. Like, I just might make you... I might force you to run on that for a couple of seconds just because it's like, what are you doing? Huh? What are you doing? Fucking up 2-4 every time. Beautiful 4-7. Nice low. One of those. Lower your cursor. You idiot. Even like a second behind on that because of that. Fuck, what? God damn it. That kind of shit pisses me off way more. Because I did that and then, like, it floated me in a way like I moved my mouse to the right and my fucking view didn't move. That is the kind of thing that makes me, you know, start punching holes in walls and shit. Because it's like, but I didn't do that wrong. That was fine. What happened? Why didn't... And then you never really get an answer. Probably there was a hair under my mouse or something like that and blocked the laser. Just makes you feel like, ah, damn it. Nice 4-5 to start. That would have been so good if it just... Give me that little shoulder. Where I don't hit the fence. That's all you gotta do for me. Yes, yes, yes. Mouse down, pawn. Yeah, that's still not great. That's a bad way to deal with it. It was good positioning. Fired it off pretty early. I liked it. Going under for the swag. Pretty beautiful. Fuck. Number of things I had to do. To pretend like that was possibly viable. Whoa! That was cool. I don't know if you guys saw the single frame of pure explosion and nothing more that I saw. Like, just an explosion on dark gray. Or I guess the brown of the fence that I was embedded in or something like that, but that was pretty... It's like fireworks. Oh, that's nice. That's good and fast. Well, 5.4. It's not slow anyway. Fuck. I didn't fuck that up to the tune of that. I don't know what happened there. I'm blaming the game, or the devs, or maybe you guys. What did you guys do? It's gotta be your fault. Definitely not mine. Fuck, no pawn. Low. No. Okay, quit thinking about it and just do it. You're not. Nope, you're not just doing it. There you go. Good. Again, I don't know. I don't know what went wrong there, because it looked pretty good from my side of things. That looked less good from my side of things. Under. 2 levs, and in. Yeah, that sucks. That's a good one. Get the fuck away from that beam, though. Okay. We're on. We have some kind of a run, and now it's dead. Because I paused on the wrong frame. Oh my god. These are killing me. And this is the same, like, thing that we had, the same problem that we had last stream, was I get to a certain number of hours into doing it. We're at 5 hours, and what I'm seeing on the screen is I was in the right place, it seems like I've got the right everything, and then I'm not pausing on the right frame, but I swear to God I'm telling my finger to. And it's just not able to keep up with me anymore. Hey, King Kozatov, how you doing? But I want to push for, you know, actual new PB today. So I would like to grind through my fingers not working. Okay, that's doable. Your mouse wasn't down enough. See, well, it's just way less frustrating when it's like, well, I didn't quite do it right, and that's why I didn't come in, as opposed to, my fingers broke! That's great. That's exactly what I want every time. He lied. Oh, shit. I did not think that that worked. I thought I was dead. I wasn't even going to try and save it. And here we are. On a run that, again, I threw away because my fingers didn't work. I mean, after you think that the run's dead and you kind of abandon it, and then you have to... It's a lot of mental shit to come back. Hello, Apollo... Wait, no. Apocalypse. Apocalypse. There we go, I got it. Hello. Welcome to my new PB. Like, it's coming. It's coming. We're there. You know? It's just gotta happen now. We've got all of the effort in, all of the energy, all of the methods. I'm nailing things more consistently than I have all year. I don't know why this one keeps failing to work, but I'm trying not to think about it because it works best when I don't think about it. See, I'm not low enough there. Take the speed from here, take a little pop there. I think I'm getting too much speed off the first jump, actually. You're not supposed to think about it, Pawn. Because then it just works, if you don't think about it. Yeah, your angle's too harsh. I'm pronating. I'm something-nating. God, my swing feels like a rusty fucking chair. Folding chair, so I don't know. That's quotes from Tin Cup. What's happening here, huh? Because I had this. I had this, like, in the bag every single time it happens. And now I'm off it again. Don't tell me that my fingers are so broken I can't actually keep the run. Like, I can't even get the run started now. You need to start ranting again. You always do better when you are distracted mentally. Do you have any ideas how to get Pawn upset? What am I... See, it's like my angle's like completely different now. And I don't know what I've done to cause that. And I don't want this because it's so slow in comparison to what I can get. Fuck. This one's kind of slow too. You gotta get out of that level. If your mouse was down, this would have been even better, but it's still good. And this one kind of sucks. I'm gonna have to land and take it out. Sure, that's what happens. Yep. It's absolutely awful. There you go. See, that's the 4.8 that I want, because I know I can get it. Again, I'm looking at that and saying, I think I nailed it, and then my finger's like, hi, I pressed the button about 1/10 of a second after you told me to? Is that okay? That's cool, right? I just got a 4.4. That's really quick out of there. Out of 2-1. But yeah, if I did start ranting, we would probably start doing something better than what we're getting here. I like that. No lev to goal. Always liking no lev to goal. That's a beautiful 2-3, I think. 7.2, I'll take it. This, less beautiful. Way less beautiful. We'll pick it up somewhere else down the road. Yep, just steal my speed like that. You know I love it. Fuck. That was, I went to come into the level. I won't even explain it. What happened there? Because I'm still running, even with time loss like that. Beautiful. Huge. Okay. Still alright. It's all height, no distance. No speed. And I didn't even fucking manage to clear it. Ah. That's not the PBO one anyway. You all know the PBO one. It's 4 seconds of time save. I'll accept 3. I'll accept anything at this point, obviously, but I prefer. Not interested in a run that only has 1.2 seconds worth of time save on it. That's... what are you doing? I don't know. Nope. Too slow. Alright, 4-7. Decent start, followed by an immediate death. Less good on the start. Lady Pawn, if you're listening, I don't know if you're listening. Would you be so kind as to deliver me une bière, if you're listening? She might be watching. She might not, you know. It's a long stream for somebody to hang out in, right? All the people who have been hanging out in it this long? Wouldn't you agree? Okay, again, you want to get your mouse down. But this is fast. That's the one. It's not the one, but it's one. Oh, we ran out of disk space for recording, probably. I'm not going to say that that distracted me, because I'm not a bitch. I'm not going to blame my problems on people coming and throwing things at me. It's not people throwing. It's because I think Lady Quan is actually trying to deliver me a beer. Oh, thank you. Not at all what I meant. I don't know what my words, my mouth just says other things. The distraction was that it says there's not enough sufficient disk space to continue. Low disk space. Okay, hang on. Just gotta fucking open the folder. Rid of you. I don't. Let's see. My 1-1 PB was from yesterday. I liked the rant today, so I don't want to delete that. That would be our first day back. What is this? 22 gigs. Oh my god, it's the one where I'm naked. What are you? I mean... yeah. So let's go ahead and get rid of the Kavanaugh testimony. Christine... and... yeah, I'm deleting all of those. That'll be a lot of gigs back. Okay. Start the recording again. And we can carry on. How many terabytes you got? On that drive, it's an SSD. Is it like 128 gigs or 256? But it's an SSD that I use specifically for recording and nothing else, as far as I think. So it fills up, but, you know, it's a fast recording method that gives me the best performance in terms of disk access speed for recording. Back in. I need you to not do that. That'll work. A little slow, but not too slow. 5.2. Take anything from a 4.4 to a 5.3. And occasionally a 5.4. Because maybe I get a hit like that in the next world and it makes up for it. You know? Why do I keep doing that? Why do you always feel the need to do that? You don't need to do that, you know? The thing that's going to give you more speed is why you keep doing it. Yeah. But it only does like a minimum of the time. More often than not, it doesn't. That was weird, the way that I just came through there, by the way. That's a pretty good one. It's a lot of speed. I'm too close to the... I wasn't too close to the wall. I don't think I got a hit out of it with speed, though. Yeah, I didn't get that. .4 behind. Why are you running it? I don't know. I don't need trucks, by the way. Clearly. Yeah, this one's so inconsistent for me. Truck's on a weird angle, maybe that's part of it. And then you get that limb in your way that I think I should just run it. Even if it could be done faster, I think I should just run it. I'm going to just run 2-9 from now on. In this run. Decision has been made. When this works, it works so fucking consistently. Like when I'm doing it right, and then I don't know what I change, and then it stops working. But look at that. And I can get those sub 5s, like one after another, after another, after another, and then something's different. And I don't know if it's me, or if it's the level load, because the truck does pop in a little bit differently sometimes. Like that one was me. That was a bad angle. I'll take it. Holy! Well, that's probably the fastest one we've gotten today. That was a little bit long on the setup time, but it did come in. That one didn't come in so much. Jeez, pay attention, Pawn. Yeah, that 2-2. That 2-2 that I said was probably the fastest we've done today. It was gold, 1:14.36. In the sum of best now. You gotta get with the closest. Consistency greater than speed that far into a run. Yeah. Yeah. 2-9 from there. I just need it to exit. And if I can pull a 12.6 out by running it a conventional way, 12.6 second time, way better. Great disnob below, by the way. It'd be way more beneficial. I've already saved all the time. Of course I haven't recently. My fingers kind of stopped working. Jesus, just right over the gold cube. Just barely over it. Okay, 5-2. Not great, not bad. I tried to rush it because I had the perfect, like, lineup for it. And what we ended up doing is losing 2 seconds because of the rushing it. Maybe not 2 seconds fully, but a lot of seconds. Right in. Okay, that's not all of it. I might even have to touch something. Like, bullshit! The game didn't even know I was dead. It slammed me to a halt. There were at least 4 frames of me just being alive on the ground going, sorry? And then it's like, oh, you're dead. We forgot to make you dead. From the impact of that speed. That's okay. That's very floaty and slow. But since it gets it started, we'll run on it. My mouse got hung up on my wrist guard. Wrist pillow, whatever it is. Come on. Pull down. I'll take the 5-1. Especially if you reward me with this for taking the 5-1. My finger. It just won't respond when I tell it now. But we're pushing past that. My fingers have only got to get close to what is supposed to happen here, like 4 times or something. There aren't that many of these windshield PTBs that we have to pull off in this run. The rest of it is pretty doable. It's just the frame perfect pause that I've got to put in there. It's giving me trouble. Okay. Pull it back. What are we doing? Why isn't any of it coming in? That's so slow. It's only a 1/10 of a second off of, like, your max. Yeah, but I can get this. Which is the same. Fuck it. And right there. Nowhere to go. It's a little slow. And it didn't actually make it to the goal. Get low, get the speed. Pop lightly. You get to the top of that one, you do a little pop lightly. Haha. And then you hit it right there, but I think you're just not fast enough and not low enough. There you go. 4-6. Followed by a 5-2. No, it's a 4-8. Even better. And that's a good 2-3. Again, not everything, but enough. And I risked it, and it paid off once. Going over instead of under. Why did you reset that? I don't know, but that's the run, Dad. We were perfect right there. Like, we were killing it. You know, I got enough of everything. Damn it. I just can't restrain myself. You know? To a certain point in the run, and I'm like, I want it. I want everything. Give it to me. Okay, 5-3 is eh. And this is going to be eh too, but another run started. You need the mouse down more. I'm going to do a glance off of him. Okay, that's the one. That's like all of the one. Thank you. I don't want this to come in too fast or too slow. I just want to be here at the right time to do that. Come through. And now 1-6, one that ruined your beautiful run last time. Okay, you might have to drop a truck here. No, we're fine. Got it on the 3rd try. And didn't care because it's all time lost at that point. Oh, that was so lovely. They would have just not, you know, killed me with a fence behind me. Wasn't that just so visceral? So much fluidic musculature to that run, that approach. Shit. Okay. I got thrown off coming in that way. And there's that finger. It's gonna do that more and more often over time, I think. That's good. I paused too early. If I would have pulled that off, thrown that truck down, bounced off the truck and into goal, oh hell. Naturally, you get really good luck when you're already behind. Just gonna maybe crack all of the knuckles on that left hand, because that's the one that's betraying me. Okay. Rarely have I been thrown in that direction from that jump, but sure. Gotta come down. Okay, a couple of safe ones. That's what you want every time. Okay, I guess it was my fingers again. That's the thing. I said, it feels like I did it right. It's such a weird experience for me. Be like, but why didn't it... Everything was perfect. I know that worked. It had to have worked. Why wouldn't it have worked? And you have to acknowledge, maybe you think you hit the button when you wanted to, instead of when you did. Damn it. That was my bad. I threw that way too far out. So the fact that there's this little indent in this rock here off to the left, do you think they put that there? Because they intended for you to do this, and it's like, yeah, people have been doing that for thousands of years on this rock. Go ahead, son. I'm quite certain that they didn't, because, I'm pretty sure all of these methods are something we developed as speedrunners. HDDN did work with the devs, though, in the development of the game, speedrunning. So there is some credence to the development team had people figuring out ways to break their game early. But we're kind of miles and miles away from those early days. These are the totally intended ways. Yeah. See that? That's how they mean for you to beat it. God damn it, now 2-2. Don't start being uppity. Because I got. Well, I was getting 2-1 consistently again. Now it's going to be 2-2. It's like, yeah, well, now I'm on strike. Okay, that's good. Don't fuck with other trucks when you've got this speed. No need to, don't do it. That's bullshit. I wasn't even hitting the space bar, and the game decided to levitate me across the truck. Oh, with your bullshit, though. I will be very interested to see, this is going to be great. We do the segments, pick up some new PBs all around, go back to the full game any percent run, and the consistency and everything that's going to come out of that is just going to be like, holy shit. You gotta bear that in mind while you're running segments. As frustrating as it is, you are developing. You are developing powers and methods and strats and experience and everything. And once you're in the full game run and you don't need every millisecond that you can get out of every level, it's going to result in massive consistency across the full game run. It's a nice one. No, it's not. No, it's not. And I didn't react to it the way that I needed to. Multiple things were bad there. I'll run on it just because I want to keep getting some more runs in here. Oh, fingers. Beautiful 4-3 to start, followed by a decent 5-2. 5-3, okay. I took a guess. This isn't good. I am going to land his tires. Got me out in a 7-5. This one's good. This one's a lot. 2 levs and in. And yeah, I did that slow and deliberate. Because we're on good time. No. Again, no. Down under it. Damn it. Damn it. 2-7 is really frustrating because that was perfect. Like, my delivery was excellent. It's exactly how I want to deliver it every time. And I feel like it was just RNG that it didn't give me what I needed on the first hit. First hit was like, yep, I got it. Okay, game decided, no, I didn't. My angle on that jump was bad from the start. Gotta be closer. You don't got to, but if you want the speed, you do. Wow. That was not the way that I intend to do it, and it still worked. That was the way I intend to do it, and it didn't work at all. I need to change how I intend to do it. Fuck. Yeah. And nothing out of 2-2 either. Come on. Everybody back on fucking, like, I don't know where you are, but lunch break's fucking over. Come on back. Come on with that. Give it to me. How close do I have to be to the friggin' level complete goal? Closer than that is the answer, apparently. But that one should have been in. They robbed me. What is the problem here? Awful. Too slow. Generally speaking, as a speedrunner, apparently I just lack consistency. Throughout the day, I will go from like, got it, nail it, one after a row, one after another, one after another. I get to a certain point, and it just won't happen. I mean, maybe it's just physical failing and physical and mental fatigue after 5 hours or whatever it is that we're on now from doing it. But, like, I feel like I'm doing the same thing and going for the same thing and getting different results. And that sucks. That's the frustrating part of speedrunning. Speedrunning is something that involves RNG, especially. Don't touch the other trucks. Don't eat them. Take the 7-6, go home. This is pretty good. 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 Third try. Son of a bitch. So we'll rush some things and see if we can't regain something by rushing things. Well, that's not going to help. That's why we were going to run this. And I said earlier, I've made the decision. I'm just going to run this one from now on. Now I don't even have the lev to finish it out. I got to drop a truck and hope that it works. Nope. Still nope. I think maybe I've got to get the throw off earlier so that I'm still kind of climbing in the air while I'm throwing it. Maybe that's how I used to have consistency at that. Wow, but after a golden 2-8, we managed to pull a 1.1 second time loss up to a 1 second time gain with a gold, bringing the sum of best down to 114.23. Damn. Son, damn. Store that. And go again. Ah, come on. That fence isn't that tall. Take a plank off. That sounds like a hell of an insult. Take a plank off, asshole. I don't know what it means, but... okay. I don't know what I did to make you so angry. That is the perfect baby bounce, I think, right there. Yeah. Part of me remembered that I needed to just run this one when I came into it. Part of me didn't. They were at war for a moment, but we're back together as a single unit again. Oh, that's beautiful. That's the one. Oh my god. That was a gimme. I didn't even set it up the way I usually do. Okay. Just play it out, pawn. Don't give anything up. You just gave something up. You were just gonna run this one. No! What's happening? What? What? It just didn't do any of the thing. Like, the buttons started pressing different buttons and shit. God damn it! 4.6 seconds ahead and lost it on the fucking run that I'm supposed to just run it. Motherfucking cocksucking, dick licking, eat shit and ticking fucking something. I'm gonna say a really bad word if I keep going like that. God damn it! That was the fucking run. I was on it. Just run it in. Run 2-9 in. Why do you turn around? Why you come in and do that? Why you fucking choke? You throw it away. Huh? You could have choked on 210 and then it's like, yeah, well, it's 210, 2-9. You just gotta run it. Don't try for everything. Take your 4 or 5 second fucking time to save. Go home. Who are you talking to? Nobody. Don't worry about it. 2, 3. That's pretty good. I got it off early. Like, it's not the best that I can get, but because I got it off early, it kind of balances out, I think. What? Again with this fucking... God damn it. I'm playing just in a universe where, like, the amount of weird shit that I'm able to generate because I'm trying to be so close to the trucks and to pull off all of the speed. Like, god damn it, other players don't even know that this shit exists, and 2 out of 3 of my speedruns die. Because if you get too close to a truck as you're doing this, and then there's a little bit of like a pull from one truck that feels like it's magnetically holding you to the one, and it's... yeah. I like the timing of the... yeah. Seemed like I put the anger into my PTB. I'll try it again. Yeah! Nah. It's gotta be genuine. You can't fake it. You gotta be genuinely ready to kill a man. Only then can you generate the power. I'm coming into it, like, too fast now. But, you know, that's a hard sentence to say aloud when you're talking about a speed run, so I'm just seeing if it's possible. Damn it. Why? No, that's... This is why I try not to think about this jump. Because I can do it when I don't think about it. Start thinking like, ooh, here's a better way to do it. I'll be here for 20 minutes as I reinvent the thing that I already know how to do. Need to be closer. Yeah, and here we are, reinventing the thing. 20 minutes that I already know how to do. Fucking goddamn it, 2-2. It's taking me too long to get out of 2-1. Once I get to you, just let me have it. You can't both be holding me back. It's not fair. Okay. I tried to go in deeper that time because I'm like, if I'm gonna fail, fuck it, go for the fastest version that you can fail at. Nope, it's too slow. That's a rock. So I'm gonna reset that one. Whenever you just, like, headbutt a rock, that's also... That was so graceful. I liked that hop, but it didn't result in anything. If you fail faster, you get more runs in. It's true. And then that little, like, bounce from a truck that's next to me. There you go. Thank you. It sucks, but at least we got a run started again. That's all height, no speed. So I might as well just die, because at a 9.2 second clear. It's a bit too much time to lose. Come on, that was perfect. I know how to do the slow one. 2-2, don't do this. I haven't had to think about 2-2 all day. It's just been there. And now it's gone. Now it's missing. Land. Fucking, yep, now it's gone. Now it's missing. Fuck, that's horrible. What? Same place I've been throwing it all fucking day. Same 2 hops I've been taking all fucking day. I'm ready to restart the game. Okay, fuck it. That's a good one. I took the time to set it up, and it paid off. Didn't pay off in time, really, at an 8-second clear, but it paid off, is what I'm saying. Oh, wow. I didn't have any more lev. I thought I was dead. Thank God I wasn't. No. We're dead. That didn't go. Fuck. Wasn't enough. Wow. If that goes in, I'll be amazed. Need more Delta V. I can generate more. How's that? I changed my V pretty quick there, right? That's low V. Thank you. Straight in, 4.7 to start. And then the 2-2 that for some reason just doesn't work now. It's been working all day, it hasn't been an issue. I'll take the 5-4, because I need to be getting, you know, out and actually running the game occasionally. Okay, wow, that's a bit of a miracle for a 4.8. That kind of shouldn't have worked. Okay. That's pretty good. And I did that. Which had to have helped. Okay. And then just run. Almost forgot that I needed to just run. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm actually gonna have to land these trucks and go that way. One more. One more. One more. One more. There it is. Don't care, I'm running it. Fucking goddamn it. That should have been gold on 2-8. That was, you know, quick setup, quick hit. I think I really do have to get this off fast in 2-9, though, if I'm not going to run 2-9. I'm supposed to just fucking run 2-9. We were on a bad run. We were on a bad run. But I do have to get this off fast in certain levels. I feel like I get more out of it if I can get it off quicker for some reason. I don't know what that is. But I'm getting more of the full thrust. Not just saving the time by virtue of having done it quicker overall, but actually getting more of what I'm looking for in terms of throw me out there. Get me there in a hurry, please. Come on down. Fuck. That's what you've been trying to do all day, and what you've been doing fine all day until now. It's my angle. Or my angle wrong, and now that I'm thinking about it, it's going to be harder to get the angle right. Nothing. I got nothing. Awful. No, not a 5-8. Not when I can have a 4-5. Followed by a 5-5. That should have just worked. Should have just worked. 4-6. Followed by nothing in particular. Fine. I'll take a 5-4. I'll leave a second on the table. As you got too close. And kind of too far. You overshot it. And you got it perfect. Beautiful. 4-2. Holy shit. It's not gold, though. Have you done it in 4-1 before? Or just a lower 4-2? That's crazy. You're closer. F-15 trans people have a fair amount of Delta V. Whoa! What is your problem, Tutu? fucking go! I think we might have to call it, as disappointingly as, you know, this would be an ending to it. I have to assume that the reason why things aren't coming in is that I'm just fatigued. My hands, my brain, my everything. And, I can't pull off my methods anymore. I can't get out of the first 2 fucking levels! So maybe we just need to, call it for the day, which really sucks because it'll be like a whole day dedicated to trying to get a new PB here, which we technically got, but we didn't get anywhere. Fucking goddamn, we didn't get anywhere near the 4-second time save that I know we can get, and that just fucking, and then, but you, and then if I throw it earlier. All day, had no problem with this. No problem with this method. All day long. Give me like one more decent run that fails in 1-7 or 2-7, huh? Give me that. This, 5-2. It's not bad. 5-2. It's not bad. 5-2. It's not bad. Fuck you with your fucking bullshit. Yeah. There's too many levels that I just can't seem to make happen anymore, and I think that's just a sign of time to call it a day. He says, and then he just won't stop though, because it's like I want. I want it. Give it to me. That was fine! There's nothing wrong with that! You could've just sent me on it! There you go, see? That's what you could've done last time, too! Shithead! Good. We got one started. Fucking goddamn it. One good run that goes far enough to be called a good run. And 1-5 because of bullshit RNG. I was like hyper focused. I was ready for anything, and then the one thing that I wasn't ready for happened. Fucking go! Thank you. Fucking balls! It's all fucking fuck now. Everything's a fucking fuck now. Come on. It's ridiculous. Just get stuck on the back of the truck now. See how the truck, like, lifts itself up there? On just certain loads of the level, though? And that's too far out. with the massive lifting. Can deal with some of it. Five, 4, because it wouldn't come down. It's fine. This is a good 2-2. Okay. It's a good 2-3. It's a bad 2-4. Stay high in case the level decides to be a dick to you. Fucking god, ballsing, shitting, damn it. Everything sucks. Straight to goal. New IL. Straight in on 2-7. First try. Excellent 2-8. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And there's no trucks. It's fine. Okay. Didn't need it anyway. You were supposed to just run this one. Because of the lack of consistency! There it is.
Run faster, jump higher.
Fuck you, World 2! It's a little bit of a PB. There's still 19 seconds of time save there is how I feel, but there's a new PB. Yeah, we got one in. We got one in that's something. It's only 1.2 seconds of time save. But, you know, I deserve 1.2 seconds. I had to fight my fingers at the end of a 5-hour, 50-minute live stream in order to get us there. So I will take it and call that the end of a live stream. 124.54. Ain't gonna be no changing of ranks on any leaderboards with that one. We're coming back. I ain't done with you. I ain't done with you. Ronan Pawn on leaderboards for Forest World. Forest World, 8%. Ronan Pawn, 126. We got a 124.54. I can take Snake's 123.5 by saving all of another 1 second. 1 second. We see that there's, you know, 3.5 easy seconds to pick up there. Look at the 2.5. We were 1.4 behind. So there's 4.5 easy seconds kind of a thing. Like, it keeps adding up. But god damn it. God damn it. We did it. So we celebrate. We pat me on the back. I don't see anybody patting me on the back. What do you think these emotes are in chat for, huh? Why do you think Bank that time, save those splits, and I am the Ronan Pawn. Yeah. That's right. Thank you, Lava Lamp, for that. Well, thanks for joining me out here again, 2 days in a row. Third day derusting on Clustertruck, and we're a second off of taking a new rank on Forest World by PB. You know what? Let me just real quick, what do I have to do to really accomplish something? Take another 2 seconds off of that on the top, and then we take in fourth slot. We take what used to be Speedy Boy, IDOS. We take his slot. So I hope you'll meet me back here on another day, where we probably continue grinding this world, because I'm not satisfied with that. We'll get it early, and then we'll move on to Winter World, the new segment. That'll be the plan, but meet me here then, for I am the Ronan Paul, and thanks for coming out on out.
Singing. La, 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 la.